Match Day Live, the buildup.
With Tim and Peter, the Toon Twins, weekly live on NUFC Talk Radio, the voice of the Toon Army.
Hello, hello. So, welcome to NUFC Talk. It's match day. It's the live build-up. We're live on DAB, YouTube, and nufctalk.tv. It is the Toon Twins edition. I am your host, Peter, and Timmy will be joining us in about 30 minutes or so. But in the meantime, today we've got esteemed guests, Borky and Christina. So how are you doing today?
Yeah, good, Tim. Yourself?
Hello. Very well.
Tim's
Thank you very
about
much
30
for
minutes.
asking.
Nice one. Timmy's about 30 minutes away, Borky.
Oh, sorry, mate. We're doing well, Peter. How are you?
Yeah, that's Peter.
Yeah, so all good. But no, he'll be joining us soon. So yeah, I hope you're all well. So before I get into things, obviously Newcastle play Man City today. It's the return to Premier League football, 8 o'clock kickoff at the Etihad. Before we get into it all, I've got some housework to do. So make sure that you're all subscribed. Click the like button. It does really help us grow. It helps to support the stream. Get involved in the live chat. We'd love to hear all your thoughts, all your comments. We'll get through as many as we can. But if you want to guarantee your comment, then throw us a super chat. And also, we don't forget, we also have the NTTV Plus membership, £5 a month, where you get all member perks, all exclusive content in one place. So good things are on the way. So get involved with that as well, if you can. So yeah, like I say, it's Newcastle Man City tonight at the Etihad. Tough match, and it's historically been an awful fixture for Newcastle. I think we're going into it though this time with a lot more confidence than what we had, say, previous example when we went there after the in the FA Cup, wasn't it? Sorry, the Carabao Cup, yeah, and that was we went there low on confidence. It was not a good run of form that we were going into that match with. So this time, I'm quietly confident. I mean, that we have to break that duck at some point. It is going to go at some point. We will win at some time at the Etihad. So I'm thinking, why not now? What do you think? First of all, Tina, what do you reckon?
I mean, it is obviously going to be a difficult game. I mean, it's Manchester City. They are one of, if not the best team in Europe at the moment. But as you mentioned, our confidence is a little bit higher now, and I think with that confidence, I'm hoping that we kind of get at them and don't show them too much respect, like I think we did the last couple of times that we played against them in the two legs of the Carabao Cup. And I think, if we get at them and we, show a little bit of spirit, show a little bit of heart, I kind of fancy us to do something today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Borky, what are your thoughts? Just in general thoughts coming into this game.
For me, I mean, if we get a result today, it's fantastic. Let's be optimistic and hope that we can. But I think it's more the performance today for me. As long as we keep the the momentum going, so as long as the performance is good, let's face it, Man City are a fantastic team, and going down there it's going to be difficult. And if they play at their best, we play at our best, the likelihood is they're going to beat us. So let's base it. Let's be fair and not just base it on the result at the end of the day. Let's base it on how we perform when we're down there. And if we go, what I don't want to do is go down there and get battered and lose all the confidence that we've had so far. Let's just hope that we can, keep the momentum going in regards to the team playing well, we're keeping more formation well and doing well. But as I say, what I don't want is to lose that side of it. As I say, if we get a result, it's a bonus to me end of the day.
Yeah. I think you make a good point. I think the performance is important because I think most people probably will expect us to get beat, but there's a difference between going there and getting tonked 5-0, and going there where, like you say, Borky, you're compact, you're tough to break down, you maybe score a few goals, you make them work for it. And I think that, yeah, that'll kind of, we can roll with that, you know, and then we can go into the next few games afterwards and still take the positives from this nice run that we've been on. So yeah, I think that is a good point, and I hope we are compact enough to try and shut them out. I think that is going to be a big ask, but we are threatening going either way. And I do remember that when we played them at the Etihad in the Carabao Cup, we did have chances. We did first half. We had two, I would say, two clear-cut chances. So if we can be clinical, and we are being clinical now, and that's the difference. I think one of the differences now is the goals that we are scoring. Like two at Tottenham, three at Villa, obviously six in the Champions League. I think we're being more clinical these days. So that bodes well. I think going into this game, it is going to be really interesting. I think it's an interesting test, given the fact that we're on a good run of form. It's a bit of a, you're throwing the gauntlet now down to the players to say, how good are you really? Let's see how, you know, how good we really are in terms of the attacking play in particular, because I've been really impressed with how we've managed to turn this around from the season we were having, all the pressure that came with, you know, with the run that we were on previously, losing games. The Brentford game was massive, and I think Eddie's done great to kind of turn the corner a bit from that match. What do you think? I'm just going to go on to Woltemade, because I was talking to Timmy about this last night, and I know there's been a lot of chat about Woltemade, his best position, and obviously you had the incident with Gordon on the penalty. So to me, and I think it's pretty much been established that he was basically playing in the midfield essentially, but in an advanced role. So you had the two centre mids, Tonali and Willock, and then you had Woltemade just ahead of them, and then obviously Gordon further ahead of him. And I noticed Woltemade was intercepting quite a lot of passes in that match against Karabakh. He was reading the play quite well and breaking up the play, which you wouldn't have normally associated with regards to Woltemade. And maybe it's not something he likes doing, but what I would say is that I think that position does give him that kind of freedom to have. He's got players around him first and foremost that he wouldn't normally have when he's playing that sole striker role, and he's got more options, like I say, left, right, and in front of him, behind. When he does get the ball, he can run. He's got the momentum to kind of run it into the box and run onto crosses coming in from the wing. I'm just thinking today, do you think J7 will come back in? Because if he does, that might mean Woltemade is taken out and he might keep in Tonali and Willock, or I think he might also bring in Ramsey for Willock. So do you think Joe Linton will come in, or do you think he'll keep Woltemade where he is, Tonali, and then bring in Ramsey maybe? What are you thinking? What are you thinking, Bogey?
For me, I think after the result at midweek, and because now we know we can rest players against Karabakh in the home tie in the middle of next week, I think I would probably be tempted to go with the same team as we did against Karabakh. It worked, you know, it worked well. Are we going to be a little bit vulnerable at the back? Probably, but I think the way things are at the minute, with how many defenders we've got available, that's always going to be the case. I mean, I think if we had another central defender fit, for example, I think I would be tempted to go with three at the back and, you know, toughen up back there. But that's not an option open to Eddie at the minute. I think popping an extra midfielder in, for as you said, obviously popping like Joe Linton and dropping Baltimore or Gordon or those positions, you're then going back to the situation where your striker up front is very isolated. So that, and we know we haven't really got a straight. We've got Gordon who can run onto balls, and we've got Baltimore who can, you know, pass the ball. But we haven't really got that type of striker that can hold the ball up there. So basically, I think if we go back to that formation, the ball's just going to be coming back at we all the time. Whereas if we play the same way as we did against Karabakh, at least, as you say, with Woltemade, he's playing that little bit further forward. So Gordon's got somebody closer to him, and he can obviously pass the ball off to him, and he's not up there alone. I think that's been the big problem with the way we play with the three in midfield. That became apparent is the striker, in which case becomes very, very isolated up front.
Yeah. Tina, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree with everything that Bogey's just said there. I think because we all kind of have looked at it as Waldemar has been playing in a 10 position, but if you listen to the way that Eddie has described it, is that Waldemar was legitimately playing as one of the three midfielders, more like a dropped off, like in the way that we would normally set up our midfield. So I would prefer us to stay with the formation that we've got and kind of go for it. If they do decide to change it about at all, I would probably say the only player that you would, because they're not going to rest Gordon. I definitely wouldn't rest Woltemade at the moment. So you would think maybe it would be either Barnes coming out if we're going to go with Elanga to try to hit with speed, or you would see Barnes on the right. If we are going to bring somebody like a J7 back in, then I would prefer us to either have J7 himself pushing forward a little bit, almost filling that same role that Waldemar was played in, or have Ramsey try to do that, because what we can't do is have Waldemar being completely isolated, because that doesn't suit his game. But with how well Waldemar fit into the role that he's doing, because he's going to drop deep anyway. So on the basis of that, I would 100% agree. I'd absolutely love it if we go out there with the same formation that we did against Karabag, and see if that works out. And if it doesn't, if it leaves us too open at the back and we're not holding possession the way that Boki mentioned that we'd be hoping to, then maybe at that point you can make a change and maybe then bring J7 in, and then you can see which one of the four more forward players of like Waldemar, Gordon, Barnes, and Elanga would be best to bring off at that time.
Yeah.
Just one quick point on this, Peter. But the other thing I would love to see is if we do go with that formation again, is for the especially the three, the Baltimore, Barnes, and Gordon, for their positions to be interchangeable. So sometimes you have Baltimore up front, Gordon on the left, and Barnes in the number 10. You can swap, Baltimore to the left and pop Gordon and Barnes in the centre. Just make them three.
Yeah.
So as you play triangle passes, sometimes make them triangle sort of players so that they change around. And I think what that would give you is it makes the defenders' minds then all over the place, because all three of them have got very different skill sets. And if you start coming up against three different players playing three different positions and swapping them with each other, it just puts that doubt in your mind, and that sort of, that's not what you would expect.
I think that's a fair point, because Barnes, I know lately he's not been as clinical as what we know he can be, and how he's been earlier this season. But I would still back him. I think he is the kind of player that could do a job up front. So I think that is a really good point. If during the game, if Gordon said, for example, to go to Barnes, let's swap for 5-10 minutes. Yeah, they're not going to like that. It's going to cause a bit of confusion, I think, in the opposition's mindset as to who's marking who. Like I say, Barnes is then a threat further up the pitch. Yeah. And just on the comments, I noticed there, so Trolls is in the house, and he said there, so Woltemade played 9.5 instead of 10. That's basically what that sums it up. It's what it was. It wasn't number 10. It was essentially a diamond midfield with Woltemade the furthest forward. But he was clearly intercepting, like I say, he was intercepting balls as well from the opposition. And to me, what it reminded me of was when Keegan put Michael Owen behind Martins and Viduka. And I think this, and to me, that got the best out of Owen in that stage of his career when he didn't have the blistering pace that he once had. I know Owen, he's controversial figure and not everyone's cup of tea, but I will say I think that brief kind of stint that Keegan had, Owen, I thought was really effective in that particular position. And I think that's something that we could maybe think about. I think if we done the 4-3-1-2 formation, so you've got 3 centre mids, but you've got Woltemade in the hole behind 2 strikers, and obviously the fullbacks then have to offer the width going forwards. But that would be interesting to see. I think Woltemade in that position, because then if getting back and intercepting balls and all that stuff, if it turns out it's not what he wants to do, then that formation would free him of that responsibility with the 3 centre mids in there. But I do think it's really good to see Eddie Howe trying to adapt things to try and get the best out of Woltemade, because that has been one of Eddie's criticisms is not being flexible with regards to players like Woltemade, and whether you agree with him being so deep or not, I think it's good to see Eddie trying to find a solution. And I think going forwards, long term, you will be maybe in a more advanced position. I kind of hesitate to say this, but if he really bulked up, and I'm talking a few years down the line here, but I'm thinking he could go Zlatan style, Zlatan Ibrahimovic,
I
and
love that.
yeah, because he's got that kind of tall stature about him, and he's really unique in how he moves. He's got this style about him where it's almost like he's playing street football with his mates, but he's got silky skills in a way where it's deceptive. He's got quick feet, and you wouldn't think that, being as tall as what he is, but he can kind of float by players, So yeah, it's looking promising, more promising now, I think, for Woltemade. So just on that then brings me to Ramsey. So I've briefly covered there about the midfield. I do think Ramsey will come in today because he rested him against Karabakh. We'll find out shortly about the team news, so stay tuned for that, folks. But if he does come in, I'm going to guess he'll come in for Willock. And like you say, Tina, you'll probably keep Woltemade where he is, and you'll have Tonali and Ramsey just behind Woltemade. What do you think about that? Would you just keep Willock in, or do you think Ramsey should come back in?
think
I
the
mean, I
good
would.
thing is, sorry, Tina, go on, you go.
No, go on.
I think the good thing is that we've got these options now with these two lads, because towards obviously at the start of the season, neither of them were really getting anywhere near the first team. And I know it's been because of injuries and things that they've got in, but neither of them are really letting the team down. Neither of them are letting the teams down. They're playing well. I think interchanging them two is not a problem. I think it's probably a good idea, especially with the injury crisis that we've had in the central midfield. So to be honest, I wouldn't have any issue whichever one of those two he plays. Personally, I would play Ramsey in this one just simply because I think he gives you a bit more. He's a bit more defensively minded, whereas Willock's a bit more forward, which I think in this game we could need. So as I said, I've got no issue which one plays, but for this, I think basically, I think what I'm saying is you choose the player based on who your opposition is. I think with
Yeah.
this one, it would be Ramsey.
Aye.
Yeah,
Tina?
I also would go with Ramsey because I think if you're looking at it for the 90 minutes of the game, or longer because there'll be an extra time or injury time or whatever. I think Willock, with the way that he's playing now, because I mean he's really showing a lot of improvement and he's really good going forward. He can, he's got a lot of pace about him. So I think if we were looking at which one of those two would have a bigger impact, if say it was like ones each or nils each still near the end of the game, and we needed a change to freshen things up, I would be quite excited to see Willock come on in that situation. And I love Ramsey as a player. I think he's more of a from the start kind of player. Whereas Willock, I can see things in his game that would was, especially after a defense has played against us for 75 or 65 minutes. I think a player with Willock's pace and with the the technique and the attacking prowess that he's shown since he has started to play well again, I think that would be terrifying for Manchester City at that point in the game.
Yeah, fair point. And as well, I think Borky, you mentioned there about Karabakh that, pardon the pun, that game is in the bag. So, so yeah, I think second leg coming up. Yeah, we don't really have to worry like we have been recently about kind of chopping and changing to suit the game in terms of fitness wise. Like players playing so many games. Like for example, yeah, Willock and Ramsey. I think they can. Yeah, Willock could certainly play today. No issues with that. And if when Karabakh comes round, you could rest a fair few players for that one. It's tricky because Ramsey was getting into his groove as well. But I guess this is what you want. You want players like Ramsey and Willock in form and giving Eddie Howe a headache in terms of who he's going to select. So, I mean, Tonali will start. I think that's for sure. He's the one who you can say definitely will be playing.
I think
It's
what
going to
we
be
need to
interesting.
learn. I think what we need to learn
Go on,
to
Bobby.
moving forward. Sorry, Peter. Moving forward is in regards to these players. We need to start rotating them from the start of the season. So we need to start them getting game time at the start of the season, not just when we get injuries,
Mm.
because you need them to be fully ready to be integrated into the team. And it has took Willock and it did take Ramsey a little bit of time to build up to where they are now, which is the reliable midfielders forward. You're not worried when you see the names on the team sheet, whereas when they first came in towards the start of the time, you were. So I think the big learning curve for me this season is, and to be fair, some people were saying this from the start, was rotate players around just to give them the time on the pitch so that when you do need them, they are match fit and match ready.
Mm. Yeah, Timmy's mentioned that before. He's talked about how Rafa even talks about this in his autobiography, Rafa Benitez. When he was at Liverpool, he was a really sort of strong advocate for rotating players early in the season to prepare. Like you say, Borky, it's he's thinking long term. He's preparing for the schedule in the coming months ahead. So, and play. I remember at the time, people would kind of scratch their heads, wouldn't they, with Benitez at Liverpool, where players out the blue would be dropped, and yeah, I think Andy Gray. I don't think Andy Gray was too keen on him in the commentary. He would kind of call him out for it, but yeah. So I think, but Rafa's reasoning was, like you say, Borky, it's to integrate all of the players in that squad, so that when it comes to crunch time, they're all ready. And like you say, later in the season, that's when it pays off. So, and it prevents the injuries as well, like you say, if you're not overplaying too many players. But yeah, I think it's that's why that first leg was so brilliant against Karabakh, to get such a lead like that. It really does, I think, take a bit of weight off Eddie Howe's shoulders. You can now plan things a bit better, I think, for the coming weeks.
I mean, after this, after this game, really, it should be dream world for Eddie this week, the week coming up, shouldn't it? If he gets, he's got the, I think he's got the results that we wanted or wished for already. So now the day's game, there's less pressure on him than there would have been if results had went differently in the FA Cup and the Champions League. So now going into the Karabakh game, there's very little pressure on that game for him. And then we'll move on to Everton at the weekend, when hopefully we're starting to get a few more players back, the likes of Miley and things like that. He's got some more options, and then we'll push on for the final leg of the season.
True. Yeah. And I can see there's a question from Connor in the chat. So he said, can you see Woltemade up front and told to stay on Rodri so he doesn't control the game? I see 4-3-3 with J7, Tonali and Ramsey, with Gordon, Woltemade and Elanga. Right, so 4-3-3. So who's up front? So you're saying that, all right, so it's Woltemade up front and then Elanga and Gordon on the wings. Is that what you're saying, Connor?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
If Woltemade was going to be staying on Rodri, that would be quite a task if he's going to be up front. I'm not sure if that would work, to be honest. I think if he was in a deeper role, And if Woltemade was a part of the, do you know what? Is that what you're saying? So Tonali, Ramsey, and Woltemade. Oh no, you got J7 in there. So yeah, I think that would only work if you had the two centre mids and then Woltemade, like we played against Karabakh, basically with Woltemade ahead of the two centre mids. Then I think you could keep an eye on Rodri. I think if he's up front, then it's probably asking a bit too much. Possibly, I mean, it could maybe work if you think about it. It would be a lot of work. I think you'd need someone more mobile, I think, maybe to do that. What do you reckon?
I'd be a little bit worried with that with Woltemade if you were asking him to mark out Rodri out the game, because I don't think it's Woltemade's natural game, and I think if you because I think when you do that, the player has to have a good game and has to mark the player out the game, because it's a natural mindset for because obviously the players know the tactics. It's a natural mindset for the other players to think, oh, Woltemade's got him, I don't have to worry about him. Whereas as soon as he gets past, if Woltemade has lapse of concentration or doesn't have the speed or the capacity to challenge him, then all of a sudden he's completely free. So I'd be worried playing that with Woltemade, just simply down to the fact that the player Woltemade is. I agree with the tactic, and if we had a player to do it, I would completely agree with it. But I just don't feel Woltemade as that player.
Do you think J7 could do that? Because I mean, he's quite a physical, athletic guy, and he's quite well known for getting under other players' skins as well. So maybe he could be one that could just kind of sit on Rodri, just make sure that Rodri doesn't have too much space and time on the ball. What would you think of that?
Potentially, the only word I have there is that the referee would see J7 marking the same player, and the way J7 plays, if he brings him down a couple of times, I think it could end up with a red card quite easily for J7 doing
There's
that.
always a chance of J7
No,
getting a
there's
red
always a
card because
chance
he's
of
chinned
J7
someone,
getting
isn't
a red
there?
card.
Let's be honest.
But I think in the mindset of the referee, if he sees him bring him down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times, then the likelihood of a red card gets more and more.
Fair point.
It's funny you say that because I've got some notes here written down about J7, and I've said along those lines. I think that it'd be interesting to see if he comes. I think he probably will come in today, right? But my take on that is Joe Layton can get away with a lot more when we play at St James's, and when he's playing that kind of combative role in midfield. I think with the crowd on his side, that suits him. I think away from home, it's a lot trickier for him to play at his 100% best, at sort of maximum determination, because he is so kind of enthusiastic and he pushes it, doesn't he? He can cross the line at times, and he can also get wound up. So that plays into the home team's hands when he's like that at times. If he doesn't get it right with the tackle, if he goes in late, I'm always wary of that. More so away from home. I think at home, I would put him in. I think if this game was at home at St James's against Man City, I'd probably put J7 in. But I think away from home, if you ask me what I would do, probably tonight I would put Ramsey in, keep Tonali in there, and keep Woltemade where he was with Gordon up front, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. I don't think Wissa's going to be ready, is he? I think that's what I've heard. He's not quite ready for tonight. So, yeah.
Be a perfect game for him if he's fit for the Karabakh the Karabakh game, because I mean I think we've seen that he needs a little bit of a he needs a bit of a confidence boost. He needs a good game, and I think a game that's got no pressure on it for building his fitness back up. I think 90 minutes against the team that we already have such a big lead against could be absolutely perfect. I mean, it could end up being the dream scenario for Eddie Howe, like Bogey said before. If we do end up getting an opportunity where we can just say, okay, Wissa, go out there, get yourself 90 minutes, see if you can score a couple of goals, no pressure, build your fitness up.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Any arguments because he doesn't take penalties?
Oh, don't bring that back up, Bogey. We don't want to go back down that road.
Aye. No, what do you make of that? I haven't heard if you've gave your take on that incident. Both of you have, do you think that's something that you're bothered by, the fact that Gordon didn't give Woltemade the penalty? And what do you think as well about Kieran Trippier then calling them out when they're on the way off for half time off the pitch. What do you make of that, Tina?
I mean, obviously, I think like everybody, I would have preferred, whatever was going to happen between Trippier and Gordon to have happened after they left the pitch. I think at the same time, though, the fact that, because it doesn't look as if they've seen it as like a massive falling out, especially if you look at them at the end of the game. So I think a lot of people are maybe overreacting to that. And I mean, I can see both sides of the coin, because I mean, if it was Alan Shearer who had just scored a hat-trick and he refused to let another player take that penalty to just boost their confidence up, nobody would say anything about it. The same with Alexander Isak when we had him. Sorry, don't throw any tomatoes at me. I did say the I word, the swear word as we call it. But yeah, I mean, I don't think anybody would have an issue with it. And obviously, Gordon, whether some sections of fans like it or not, Gordon is chasing the top goal scorer of the Champions League for this season. And if he missed by one, or if he tied by one because he didn't take that penalty, I mean, that would be disappointing for him. At the same time, I mean, Nick Woltemade could definitely do with a goal. But I mean, people sometimes call penalties stat padding anyway. So, I mean, say he takes the penalty and he misses. I mean, imagine what that's going to do to his confidence. And if he does score the penalty, I mean, yeah, he's got 2 and 2, so that's a big boost to his confidence. But I think, to be fair, what Nick Woltemade needs is just a couple of good goals in open play. But I can definitely see both sides of the argument on that.
Yeah. Is that what you think as well, Borgie?
Not really. I think Gordon was completely in the right. He was designated penalty taker on the day. If we've got penalties, he wants to score. He's a forward playing player. I've got absolutely no issue with Gordon saying, no, I'm taking the penalties. There wasn't the argument before the first penalty when all the pressure was on for him not to take it and to give it to Woltemade. When the pressure's off, why should Gordon then relinquish? He's an attacking player. He wants to go for it. And as Christina said, I think their trips, I mean, it's all over with now. It was obviously just a flash in the pan. It's not a massive incident, but I think as a senior player, he should have known not to do what he did as he was leaving the pitch. He should have known to wait till you get in the dressing room and then call it out there. And just to say as well, the only person I would throw tomatoes, that would be Christina for saying tomatoes instead of tomatoes.
I mean, that would still be throwing him into me, though, which I asked you not to do. So it still ends up with the same result, regardless of what I call them. So do you say potatoes instead of potatoes, do you?
I say potatoes. But you said tomatoes.
Yeah, because they're spelled the same.
It's tomato, isn't it?
Tomato.
I don't know. I always thought it was tomato.
Anyway,
back to football.
Yeah, but no, I agree. I think with Trippier, yeah, it would have been nice for him to have kept that in the dressing room. And I can definitely see where he was coming from in terms of like, look, he's trying to look after the whole team. He's thinking about the collective. So I think it's more than fair for him to raise that issue like with Gordon, but just keep it behind closed doors, Yeah. But like you say, with Gordon, it's the Shearer mentality that it's whether you think he's a striker or not, he's playing up front, right? He doesn't pick that. Eddie Howe's put him up front, and he's doing a decent job there as well, and he's scoring goals. So I could understand, like you say, it is kind of selfish in one way because he's going for the top scorer in the competition. But you can understand that though, So yeah, like you say, I think flash in the pan, it's nothing major. So
and to be fair, Gordon has proven to be an absolutely fantastic penalty taker. Like, I mean, I know Nick's one that he took. I mean, that's probably one of the best penalties we've ever seen anybody take in the history of penalties being taken. But then his second one that he took for us wasn't so beautiful.
No.
Whereas Gordon, he's just got a very consistent style when he takes his penalties, and like we say, going for that top goal scorer spot as well, which would be a fantastic achievement for him on a personal level.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with his penalties, no doubt about that. Whatever you think of him, I think he's clearly worked on the training ground on the penalties, and he's worked hard on that, and it's paying off. I think he's got really good technique from the spot, so I've got no issue with him being the designated taker. So yeah, and I think he probably will start up front again tonight. So I just want to mention as well. Let's have a look. So yeah, I've got written here about Elanga. Yeah. So Elanga was a bit quiet, wasn't he, against Karabakh? For me, anyway. I thought he just kind of dropped off a little bit. You've got Murphy waiting in the wings. Don't get us wrong, Elanga is definitely he's looking better than what he was when he first came to the club. And I think the last, I would say, a few weeks, he's looked more of a threat. He's not scared now to take on the fullback. What I would say, if I'm going to kind of be hypercritical, right? I think one of his kind of downfalls, potentially like long term, for me, is that I would like to see his kind of demeanor be a bit more. I want him to show more aggression, and that's kind of like on the ball and off the ball. He seems to he's playing in a way sometimes when he's dribbling where he sometimes kind of accepts if the defender takes the ball off him, if he nicks ahead of him. I'm not saying he gives up. He's trying. It's just his style. His style is to kind of like not be too aggressive. Really, he puts the brakes on sometimes when he's trying to harass the fullback. And I'd like to see him step that up a bit more, because that, I think, long term he will need to do that and show that more kind of tenacity. But do you think he'll keep his place tonight, or do you think Jacob Murphy will come in for the right side? What do you reckon, Boggy?
I think for tonight, I think I would keep Elanga in. I think he offers something different to Murphy. I know you and Tim are big fans of Murphy, Peter, but I think Murphy does have his limitations as well. The only slight reservation I've got in my head is that Murphy would offer a bit more protection of trips at the back. So he does offer a little bit more defensively wise. But I think if we're wanting to be sort of wanting to be more aggressive in this game, then you do play Elanga. And I think sometimes as well with Elanga, as you see, he's not what he's different. He's not a Gordon who'll, if he loses the ball, run across and try to bait back and things like that. That's not part of his playing style. Whether it's something that can be developed into his game is part of it. But he is, I think the old word used to be, he's a little bit lightweight at times. He does get brushed off the ball, and he's not one that'll go and particularly win it back as such.
No, exactly. But it's work in progress, I think, with Elanga, and we'll see again how he comes on the next few weeks, months under Eddie Howe's management. So, Timmy, you in the building? Check your mic.
Right, can you hear us?
There you go.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Yeah.
Nice one.
Welcome to the
Hi,
show.
good to see you. Cheers. How he's doing?
Welcome. How
Very
you
good.
doing?
How are you?
I'm Connie. I finished work, so yeah, now I can concentrate on this game and see what's going to happen, because it's going to be an interesting one. But good to have you on board. Like, as David Brent says, what he's been talking about. What are you talking about?
Well, you can put away your cotton wool to me, because we were just saying before how, like, we've got Karabag 6-1. So next week it's not a necessity, I don't think, to kind of think too much about rotation or resting players. I mean, ideally you would in the defence, with the defenders, how many games Chow has played, for example, Lewis Hall and Trippier. But yeah, we just don't have the defenders to do that, unfortunately. But in terms of midfield players, we were just debating before about, we've got J7 waiting in the wings. We've got Woltemade in this unique kind of 9.5 role that Trolls coined before. So it's not a 10, it's not a 9, but it's just kind of tip of the diamond in the midfield there. So we'll talk about J7. Does he come back in? If he does, who does he come in for? Because maybe Ramsey will come in. Maybe it'll be Ramsey, Tonali and Woltemade, like it was against Karabag. What do you reckon about that setup with regards to the midfield and potentially Woltemade, where he could be?
Thing is, right, he's basically playing at 8, from what I can see, Woltemade. I think he's slotted into the J7 position in midfield, more on the left-hand side. Obviously, I think the profile of the player means that he's going to be wanting to get forward more than Joe Linton, because he is more of a striker, an attacker. But I seen Woltemade like really deep against Karabakh. He was in our own box a lot of the time when we were defending. So it'd be interesting to just clarify it, but I think it very much looks like he's with you, the midfielders. And I think you made the point, Peter, that just by the fact that it is Woltemade and he is looked upon more as a striker or an attacker, it does actually give more onus on the other two, Ramsey and Tonali, or Tonali and Willock, to have that bit more defensive nous about them when he's in there, Woltemade is in there, because instinctively they know that he need to maybe cover a bit more. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of fascinating, and I think myself and a lot of the fans have been saying Woltemade needs to be deeper, but I'm not sure we anticipated to be, dropping back this deep. So I think the perfect balance is really between the two, literally just a number 10, behind a striker. That really would be the best, I think. But I think it has worked. Obviously it's worked the last two games against Villa and Karabakh, and when he's had the ball, he's kept hold of it. He's played some nice passes. I don't think he's been in the game, all of the time. I think sometimes he's been in and out. But I think today with Man City, it is a dilemma because the fact that it is Man City and J7's ready, do you put him back in? Do you not? Do you know what I mean? Because if we don't put him back in and we get hammered, it's like, well, you should have, J7's perfect for this game. But obviously, if you do put J7 in, it's like, well, why the hell would you drop Woltemade and put him back in? So he's in a rock and hard place a little bit. David, you're right, Matt. So I would be tempted maybe just to keep it the same. And as well, Joe Linton has only played like 20 minutes, hasn't he, since he's came back from injury? So is he really going to be fresh enough to go full pelt for a game like this where you're really going to have to be on the ball? So I'd be tempted to keep it the same, but there's a lot of responsibility on Woltemade's shoulders to be playing this role. So it's certainly a test for him. But obviously, I want to see Ramsey back in as well. So I think he's been playing really well. So it'd be good to see him back in alongside Tonali.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'd say about Woltemade. And keep an eye on it. Do you know what I mean? If he does play, let's see, keep an eye as exactly where he is, because he might well be playing, like I say, as an 8 with the 4-3-3.
Can I don't want to pick up on the Woltemade just quickly on that, the point that you made there, Tim. In regards to Woltemade, do you think everybody sees the role that he's playing is different because it's interchangeable with the passenger player that you're in? So we were saying he's a 9.5. You're saying he's an 8. Do you think it's based on how the game, where we are in the game at that point? So if we're defensive, maybe he's an 8, so an attacking defensive midfielder. But if we're going forward, he's a 9.5 because he's pushing that little bit more forward than an 8 would do.
Probably say so. I'd probably agree. And like I say, it kind of falls back on the profile of the player, doesn't it? The fact that Woltemade wants to get forward, and that's his natural inclination to do that. So, but Eddie Howe will know that, and obviously you kind of compensate for that. So, I think it is that. When I was watching it, like you say, Borky, when you look at off the ball, I was looking at us when Karabakh had the ball. I was looking at the midfield to work out exactly where he was, and he was in a line with Tonali and Willock, a straight line. Do you know what I mean, on the left? So, like you say, off the ball, he is filling in that 8 position, from what I can see. But I think, like you say, get the ball, and then he can move forward and use his instincts to link the players. So I'd be very tempted to continue it, but I do understand any reservations though with it being Man City, and you know what I mean. Like, you can't have defensive lapses, against a team like that. So I understand it's not that straightforward a selection.
Yeah, see what he does tonight. It will be interesting. I don't want to brag, but I might have to, because if you go back to the build-up for Fulham FA Cup match at home, we had DX on the show, me, Timmy, and DX, and I did float the idea on that show of having Woltemade as part of the 3 in midfield, just in a diamond on the tip of the diamond, so to speak. So again, it's just another sign that Eddie Howe clearly is subscribed to this channel. So all good.
You looked it up last night, didn't you? And it was there. It's still there. So anybody doubting it, have a look.
Go back and check. Sure. Just search on the YouTube channel NUFC Talk FA Cup match, Fulham at home, and it was predicted right there and then. But no,
Can
I
I just
think
say, Peter? Sorry.
yeah, go on,
Sorry. And I'll shut up in a minute, Peter. But someone said there in the comments that Woltemade is not an 8, he's a 9, and we are misusing him. And if we don't play him, we don't allow him to be the main man on pens, he will go. If he does, he'll be the club's worst decision. I mean, I do agree with that to an extent, in that come the summer, we need to have nailed down exactly what we're going to do with Woltemade and decide, is he an 8, is he a 10, is he a 9, and just go with that. So, and like I say, I think the number 10 is the perfect solution, but that means that Eddie Howe would have to kind of break up the 4-3-3. And whether you do that is another question. But yeah, I think we do need to kind of, it's fine for now because we're firefighting to an extent, but when the dust settles in the summer, I think we need to nail down exactly where he's going to play.
Yeah. What are your thoughts, Tina?
Actually, the only thing that I was going to come in with was actually kind of mentioned in the comment that Tim just read out, which obviously, Nick Woltemade has played very well since we've dropped him a little bit deeper, and it's definitely working better for the team. But there has been a lot of talk, like over the last week and a bit, about whether Nick Woltemade is going to be happy in that role. Obviously, we saw the difference it made to Joe Linton when he went from being an out forward to being dropped into, almost a box-to-box midfield role. And he kind of embraced that, and definitely it improved him as a player for ourselves. Even got him back in his international contention, which is a big shout, because I mean it's Brazil that we're talking about there. So with Nick Woltemade, it's kind of a weird one, because if you play him as a striker, he's still going to drop deep. I mean, that is his game. We've seen that since he came. And that would kind of suggest that if you do push somebody up a little bit ahead of him, then he should be okay with that. But if it is going to make him unhappy to where he wants to leave, that would be the thing that I would be cautious of, because that's kind of been the discourse back and forward. And some people are saying, no, Nick Woltemade is happy, and then you've got other people who are saying, oh, he's miserable, we've brought in the number 9 and we're not letting him play as a number 9. So that would be the only thing that I would kind of be interested in, would be how Nick Woltemade feels about the whole situation, because I would love it if we keep playing him in the role just off the striker or just ahead of the midfield like he's been doing, because his touch is fantastic, and he seems to be getting a lot more of the ball there, and he, as Borky mentioned at the start of the show, he gets a couple of interceptions in there as well, and it really seems to suit him for us. I'm not saying that it would, if for Germany, he couldn't then go and be the number 9 again, but definitely for the way that we play and the way that we're playing at the moment, it definitely suits us. But if it is going to make him unhappy, he's a player who I've really liked since we brought him in, and he's a player who I actually caught a little glimpse of before we signed him as well. I was really, really excited when we did get him. So the only thing I would be cautious of, like I say, is just making sure that he is happy with wherever we do play him.
Yeah, good point, because he's a talented player. He's got bags of talent, and yeah, we don't want to waste that. And he'll want away, won't he? If he feels like he's being misused and he doesn't buy into it, the player has to buy into it. So, like you say, like Joe Linton did. So yeah, it'll be interesting to know what he makes of it, playing where he's been playing lately. But I think it's one of those where we'll just see how it develops, and I think both Woltemade and Eddie Howe will kind of like see how things go the next few weeks, months, and then maybe, like you said to me, in the summer, they'll have a more kind of informed decision, more informed sort of picture as to what road to go down with Woltemade in terms of getting the best out of him.
Christina.
Oh, yes.
Would you play him today, would you?
Nick Woltemade?
Yeah.
I would, yes. I think, especially with the last couple of games he's had, I think he's been good. He didn't get on the score sheet against Karabakh, but I thought his touch was fantastic. He obviously, he scored in the game before that, where he was, I think he's played fantastic. So yeah, I would absolutely start him.
Interesting.
Would you not?
I think I probably would. Like I said, I can see both sides. I think with the fact that Joe Linton's back, I think it could be a good game for him. But like I say, he's only had 20 minutes, so is that enough? And like you say, Woltemade is doing really well. Why don't we maybe take the initiative and try and get some goals at the Etihad for once? So I think I probably would like play Woltemade with Tonali and Ramsey, and then it's a decision of like who do you play in the wings. I mean, I'll play Bonds. I think Gordon, to be fair, he's got to stay up there. I think that fluid role, if you like, is helping the team, and then you've got the right wing. So that's another kind of dilemma today. Is it Murphy or is it Elanga? You got a comment there, Peter?
Yeah, so cheers for that comment, mates. We've got, is that Sebel's official? So what you're saying there is that Woltemade is like Harry Kane. To get the best out of him, we need to build the team around him in the summer. If we do that, we could become a serious team next season. Maybe bring in another German. So, yeah, if only it was as simple as that.
But you could get the best of both worlds, just in regards to what Tim was saying there. Because it's been mentioned that this would be a really good game to bring J7 back into. You could play Woltemade in his upfront role as centre forward, but just let him have a bit of a free role and have Harvey Barnes and Gordon and just tell them to cut in instead of trying to like play it too much down the wings. Because I mean, we've got a bit of width with our fullbacks anyway, so you could have it so that Nick still does drop back and has link up, and then when he is doing that, have either Gordon or Barnes kind of tuck into a more central role, and then he's not getting isolated from the game. You've got J7 then for his physicality, and both Bond and Gordon are ideal if you're going to have an inside forward or from the wings. Barnes and Gordon are the absolute two perfect players to have for that role.
Mm-hmm. It's like what Borky was saying, isn't it, earlier on about that interchange and having those players swap positions now and again. So, yeah, I agree. There's definitely the players are flexible enough there to do that. Cheers, Wazza. We've got a super chat coming in there from Wazza. Thanks, Borky, for last night, bud. Appreciate it, bud. There you go.
No problem, Wazza. I hope you're getting feeling a little bit better, mate.
Nice one. All the best, Wazza. It's good to have you on in the house tonight. Yeah. So keep well, mate.
Best wishes, mate.
So yeah, I think you bang on, Tina. We need to interchange these players, and I think with Gordon being up front and not being a conventional sort of striker, I'm sure he'd be open to that kind of. Well, I say that he doesn't want to play right, does he? But you would think anyway. The way he plays is ideal for that kind of to be floating about. He likes to float about. We've seen that. So, yeah. And like I've said earlier about Bonds, hopefully he can find his touch again in the box because normally he's lethal. Yeah, and I was thinking there about Woltemade. So also what I would say, because I've heard people who aren't keen on that position of Woltemade dropping so deep. That one of the criticisms is that it detracts from his strengths, as in scoring goals and being in the box. But what I would say is you do see a lot of strikers score goals from the kind of position where you are darting into the box from deep. So a lot of strikers are smart in their movement in the way that they will pull back and they know that they've got the run on the defenders that way. So it's a different dynamic to just kind of standing in the box waiting for a delivery or waiting for a pass. If you've got that momentum where you're running into the box, then you're way harder to pick up and to mark. And I noticed there was a couple of times against Karabag where we didn't pick out Nick when he was making that run. So I do think there's also, a massive opportunity for him to get chances and to score goals, even in that number 8 position. If it's a number 8 position, then yeah, I wouldn't say it detracts too much from potential goals you can get.
You never stopped Frank Lampard from scoring goals, so
True.
Can I just quickly say on the team tonight? I think the other thing that the coach and staff and the team have to be ready to do is, and this maybe should have been discussed during the week, is if we start off whichever way we go, whether we go the same team as Karabag or if we go a little bit more defensive and put Joe Linton in, if it's not working in the first 20, 30 minutes, we've got to be ready to change it up. So, for example, if we go with a team like we did against Karabag and got Baltimore forward, and we're just getting completely overrun, and the ball's just getting fired out, we've got to be ready to say, look, this is an experiment that's not working. We either take Baltimore off or Gordon off, and we put J7 in so it steadies warp. Or if we start with J7 and we've got that solid foundation, however, we're just getting pounded by the ball coming towards, we're ready to bring Bay and Baltimore on. I think this is a game where in-game management is going to be really important. So whatever decision you make at the start, I don't think either one's the wrong decision for Eddie to make. I think the wrong thing to do is if it's not working and it's blatantly not working on the pitch, then we need to obviously be ready to change it up pretty quick.
True.
100% agree with that.
Yeah. Just in the comments there, cheers, Trolls, gifted NUFC Talk TV membership.
Thank you,
stuff.
Charles.
Nice one, Matt.
Right, so yeah, I think you're right. It'll be interesting to see how it develops, and like we've mentioned earlier, we don't want to go to the Etihad tonight and get stuffed, because that's the good form that we've had the last 3 games. It has been really good. It's been a turnaround that Eddie Howe really needed, but it's been brilliant to see, and we don't want to go there and get battered, because the confidence could then suddenly be taken away from the players. But we'll see. I mean, I'd like to think we're going to show kind of newfound resilience tonight and make sure that doesn't happen.
I mean, the thing is like with the previous game in the League Cup, obviously, what was its final score? 3-1 or something? Or it was 5-0 overall, but and we conceded like 3 goals in the first 20 minutes. But in those 20 minutes, we had chances as well. So we obviously set up to attack, didn't we? We're trying to get. Obviously, we needed to get the goals, and we were overly exposed, really. But we were willing to take that hit in a bid to create those chances. But I think it probably goes back to what you're saying, Borky, in that we didn't take the chances. They did take their chances, and then all of a sudden we're 2-0 down in the space of 10 minutes. So maybe then it's like, okay, we need to then be proactive and adjust things and let things settle and then go again. So I definitely agree. And obviously this is one of Eddie Howe's main criticisms, isn't it? He doesn't be proactive enough, whether it's the subs, whether it's just changing things around with the players who are out there. So yeah, I do agree. Today is going to be a test of that. Whatever decision he makes, like you say, whether it's J7 from the start, whether it's Voltemade, we'll see. I can't say I'm sitting here expecting to see early subs or changes, because, like I say, it's just not Eddie Howe's way, is it? And maybe slowly but surely, I mean, he has done it at the odd time this season, to be fair. So maybe slowly but surely we'll see a little bit more and more. I just wonder though, I don't know if you've discussed this already, but who would you play right wing for this one between Elanga and Murphy?
Yeah, Borky was mentioning that earlier, and he talked about how we've got those options there. And Borky, you were plumping for Elanga, weren't you?
I went for Elanga, but with the caveat that I could understand if he did go with Murphy, because he does offer you that little bit more defensively. So it's a difficult one, because there's a good player if you put the two of them together.
Totally.
But the problem is that they are different players.
I mean, Elanga, he wasn't great, was he, against Karabakh? I mean, that was a really good chance, a platform to give a good performance. And he was, I don't know if you again discussed this, but he was giving it away quite cheaply. It sounds like it being harsh, because the team played obviously really well overall. And I'm not saying it was the worst performance I've ever seen, but it was just a bit underwhelming again from him. So you kind of go to think about Murphy, and obviously Murphy came on, got the goal, and yeah, like for this, like you say, Borky, Murphy defensively as well is going to be solid, and he knows the role inside out. He knows what Eddie Howe wants. So yeah, a bit like the whole midfield thing. I think there's not necessarily the wrong call to make there. I understand both.
You
Yeah.
could possibly be thinking about on the counter attack with Elanga's pace. That could sort of that could sway things in his favour for that selection, maybe, because there will be times City will have a lot of possession at times, and in those moments they might push up. And this is the thing I was saying to you, Timmy, last night. How, for me, City, they are brilliant defensively as a team. So the way that they press and that they kind of suffocate teams is like I say, it's excellent. But I always feel like once, if you can get beyond that, once you get to their back line, they're not watertight. I do think they are a little bit vulnerable in terms of giving the opposition space behind the back line. So Elanga could definitely come in handy, I think, for that with his pace. But got in the comments there from Simon Davies, 3-1 City. Sorry, but I'm a blue. So we've got a City fan in the comments there.
Good luck after the day, Simon.
Yeah,
Apart from
after today.
apart from in the FA Cup.
Aye.
Of course.
Interesting one, isn't it? I mean, just a touch. Go on, Boggy.
Sorry, it's just a quick one. I mean, I think one decision everybody in the chat could make, and I think everyone would agree with this, is to hit that like button. Just give it a quick whack
agree
while we're
100%.
talking.
Good shout, mate.
Yeah.
Aye. Yeah, if you can, lads and lasses, definitely do that. Yeah, I was just thinking there about the whole Arsenal thing, and today it could go two ways, couldn't it, with Man City? Because they should be fired up, knowing they can really catch up with Arsenal if they win this. But at the same time, maybe a bit of nerves. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily expect that with Man City, but there is a lot at stake for this one. So if we can pose some questions, maybe they will get a bit nervous, and they wouldn't have been quite that nervous, weeks ago. So that's something to see how it unfolds that way. Go on, Peter.
Yeah. I think with Arsenal, like you say, slipping up. Did you see the Wolves? Did you see the highlights from that match? I think they were 2-0 up, weren't they? And they ended up drawing 2-2. Yeah, so I can't say I'm too keen on Arsenal. So, but we want to win tonight, so that's their business.
Well, Arsenal fans will be rooting for us tonight. You know what I mean? Who would have thought that? Because the way they've went on in recent years with us. So
I mean, I don't think it really matters whether, I mean, we could very much beat Manchester City today and Arsenal could still throw the title away. I mean, this is Arsenal we're talking about, and as good as they are, I mean, they've got a DNA, haven't they? They've got a bit of a track record where they get to this point in the season and then they just kind of, the foot comes off the pedal a little bit. So, I mean, I don't want to take any pressure off Manchester City because I do hope they are feeling a little bit of pressure. But, anyone who's like, oh, I don't really want Arsenal to win the title, don't worry, we can beat Manchester City and Arsenal could still blow the title.
I think the thing is, as well, there's some strange results in the Premier League this season. Anybody seems to be able to pick points against anybody. I mean, even if you look at the day's results, you've got Villa 1-1 with Leeds. Brentford lost 2-0 to Brighton. Chelsea 1-1 with Burnley. In West Ham and Bournemouth are playing at the minute 0-0. So, anybody can pick up points off people. I don't think anything's a given in the Premier League these days. It's such a strange league.
Yeah. I think Chelsea are still a bit work in progress. So, yeah, and we've got Everton after this one, after City, and that's a massive game because they're not doing too bad. Everton, they're sort of, I think, are they 8th in the league, 8th or 9th? So
I think they're 8th. I'll just double check that.
Yeah, they're going to be. I think they're going to be there or thereabouts. It's sort of like between that mid-table up to 6th. Where I think Newcastle will be. They'll be fighting around those spots. So
9th if Bournemouth get a point.
Okay, and Bournemouth, I mean, they are also going to be, I think, fighting for Europa League, Conference League, maybe. So it's tight, like you say, it is a strange season. I think there's lots of teams who will fancy themselves to kick on and possibly nick a European spot.
Yeah. I've got a question, right? Would you take right now Conference League?
I mean, I would personally, but I know I'm probably in the minority answering that.
Borgie?
I think the way this season's gone, any form of European football next season's got to be seen as a bit of a bonus. Would have one Conference League at this point. No, I think we can do better. If it was the only form of Europe we could get, then yes, of course I would. I think any form of Europe's better than no Europe.
Peter?
It's a tough one because I do think it's doable to get Europa League. I don't think Champions League is going to happen in terms of top 5, and even that, you never know. But if I was to tell you sitting here, right now, I don't think that's going to happen. I do think Europa League is possible, but it is, like we've said so many times, it is a kind of transitional season with the way we're trying to get the best out of Woltemade. We're trying to get the best out of Elanga. We've got players who've over the course of the season they've blown hot or cold. But we're in great form now. I just wonder, is this going to be one of those runs? And I think the team, the spirit is there. The players are behind Eddie. So,
Can I ask, is it a good testament to Anthony Elanga that we're now disappointed that he wasn't fantastic against Karabag? Because if you remember, not even a couple of months ago, people had kind of written him off. And now he's got himself back to a position now where there's a little bit of expectation about him. And I think that, he deserves a little bit of a mention for that.
I like the positive angle, Christina.
So all you're going to get from me, I'm afraid.
You want my quick answer on that? No. Simply down to the fact that I think he's been better, but I still don't think he's been great. I think we've all tried to build him up to build his confidence up, and the crowd's done the same. They've not got on his back. They've sort of been cheering him on when he's been doing things better, but I still don't think he's been a brilliant player for us so far this season.
Oh, maybe he's not brilliant, but definitely, I mean, the fact that there's now a bit of expectation about him again, rather than us just being like, oh yeah, he played bad against Karabag, but we were expecting him to play bad. I mean, that kind of shows that he's at least moving in the right direction.
What I would say is, I think against Spurs, I think he was legitimately a threat and played well. I think down that right, he was putting in some really good crosses that a lot of strikers could have been on the end of. And I thought his link-up play with Trippier was, genuinely quality. And like I said at the time, that was his best game by far since going all the way back to the Barcelona game at home. I think against Villa, I think it was more in and out. Was he a sub then? I'm not sure. He was sub, wasn't he? Yeah, came on.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when he came on, he was okay. He did quite well, but maybe not, amazing or anything like that. So then obviously you go to the Karabag game, and it's just more like the fact that he played for Forest last season, he's played in the Premier League for a while now, yet sometimes he looks like he's new to the league. He looks like he's new, to comparative to his age, if you like. I know he's only 23, 24, but sometimes he looks younger than that, and he's a bit naive at times, maybe in the way he plays. That's the frustration, where it's that sloppiness that kicks in with him, because maybe he's a bit unsure. And like I've said all along, I think a lot of it is in his head. So whether he's unsure where to run in Eddie Howe's system, what to do, I think there's an element of that. So yeah, I'll give him credit definitely for that Spurs game. I thought, like I say, he was quality in that game, and I think the jury's still out though, and we'll see it in the season. By then, he's had enough time at that point to show if he can adapt to our team or not. Sorry, Peter, just to say about the Europa League, Conference League. Like, I was speaking to Jefferson about this, and he was saying, he would take it, but it's quite snobby, this, right? But I'm unsure, because it is a second-rate competition, is it really? And if we get that, we can't win, because we're expected to win that trophy, comparative to our wage and budget to other teams. It's like, well, you've got to win that. You can't not win that. And then if we win it, it's like, well, and then if we don't win it, there's a pile-on. It's like, how on earth haven't you done that? So, and also you can go back to the one game a week if you like. But right on the flip side, I think if you win it, you do get Europa League, I believe. And also, I think we mentioned this, Peter, last night, in that regardless of what tournament it is, if you're playing 2 games a week, that's where we want to be. And it forces Eddie Howe to adapt to that, if he can adapt to that. So I think from that point of view, actually, it probably is best that we're in the Conference League, if it is that.
Yeah, I would definitely take it over the no European football because, like you say, I think Eddie Howe as a manager, it's better for him as well.
Yeah.
To just get used to that season upon season where it's the schedule is 2 games a week a lot of the time. So yeah, I mean, like you say, I agree. I mean, it's not the best competition, that's for sure. Europa League, I think, will be brilliant to win that. That obviously then gets Champions League the following season. It will be tricky. I think it's going to be a tricky season to kind of finish up there in the top 6. 7th may well be good enough for Europa League, I think, depending on who does what in the domestic cups. But what I will say as well, I mean, you win the FA Cup, you're in Europa League, and we're in the FA Cup still. So yeah, I've got a feeling we might do something like that, pull off, get some more silverware in the trophy cabinet, and that might
That'd
be
be ideal.
Yeah, that could be the route to Europe, rather than where we finish in the league. So yeah, like you say, ideal scenario, really. Like I say, dark horse in the Champions League. I'm drawn from your positivity here, Tina. I think I think we are dark horse in that competition. So yeah. So what do you mention? I just want to touch upon Nick Pope, because I know he let one in there against Karabag, and it was a little bit of a clanger, I guess. It didn't look great anyway. I don't know. I haven't seen it back too many times, but it looked like I was a bit puzzled how that got through. Got in the net. So I've always said, I would like to see Ramsdale personally and just put him in, give him a run. I do like Pope. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to knock him too much because I think he seems like a really good character. And I think he's been so important for Newcastle the last few seasons. I think in the dressing room, I can imagine he's one of those players who gets the lads up for it, and he's all in. He's bought into the whole ethos of how we want to play with in terms of like getting behind the manager and getting sort of like with the fans as well. I think his dad, doesn't he? His dad travels with the fans sometimes. But yeah, I just feel like it would be nice to see Ramsdale given a run in the team. So do you think, I mean, I'm guessing Pope will start tonight. Do you think there's any doubt about that at all tonight or not? What do you reckon, Borgie?
I don't think there's any chance of Pope getting dropped tonight, to be perfectly honest. I think part of his mindset when that goal went in was that the player was offside, I think, which everybody thought in the world just about when they seen the goal. I'm still not quite sure he wasn't offside.
Mm-hmm.
But
what's the golden rule, Borgie?
Yeah, that's it. Keep playing till the whistle, But I think generally Pope's a better stop shot. I will know that, and Ramsdale's a better distributor of the ball. Personally, I'm with you. I would rather see Ramsdale play, but I kind of get where Eddie comes from in regards to, firstly, Pope's actually our player, which is probably a little bit of a wrong way to look at it, but he is. And secondly, Pope hasn't done anything massive. We all know he's occasional to drop a clanger, as all goalkeepers are, but he is a very, very consistently good shot stopper as a keeper.
What do you reckon, Tina?
I would definitely stick with Nick Pope, but for a slightly different and maybe a little bit of a quirky reason, and that's just like, look, you know me, I'm going into this with all of the hope in the world, believing that we are going to get a result against Manchester City. I'm even expecting to be quite a bit of a gap between ourselves and Manchester City. However, if there is going to be a team that is going to score a few past us and is going to get a lot of chances, Manchester City would definitely be a team that's capable of that. And the last couple of games that Ramsdale's been in, he's had maybe not to any fault of his own, but he's conceded a few goals, and I wouldn't want to put him back into a game where he's almost more likely to concede goals than he would otherwise be. So that's as weird as it sounds, that's why I would stick with Nick Pope. And also, like Boki mentioned, he is probably the better shot stopper of the two. And I mean, I think passing it along the back line against Manchester City is going to be dangerous regardless of which goalkeeper we use.
True. The way I'm
I
thinking is
will-
just, it would be nice
Go on,
to
Peter.
be. Sorry, just quickly say, I think like I want to see him given a run. He's had the odd game now, like here and there, like now and again, but then he's been taken out all of a sudden. So, regardless of what happened, if he was to go in tonight, regardless of the score, I would just keep him in and go again the next match. We've got the teams out.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
we're gonna get into that now, but just quickly there, I can see we do have a super chat. Cheers, Wazza, top man. So
thank
super
you,
chat
Wazza.
from Wazza. Borky read out Troll's full name. I am shocked. There you go.
Cheers, Matt.
I didn't even
Cheers.
realize I'd done it.
So yeah, team is indeed out, and
I've got it here.
We've got Pope in goal. We've got Trips at right back, Hall at left back, Chow and Byrne as the centre defence pairing. So Borky Elanga is on the right. It looks like the same
Yep.
team. So
It's
Ramsey's in. Ramsey's in.
Yeah.
Go on to me.
Sorry, it's
No
the same
bombs.
team apart from Ramsey. So Ramsey for Willock, but everything else is the same. It looks like, yeah.
I've got
Willock's
Willock
in.
on mine.
Oh, is
Yeah,
he?
Willock.
All right, okay.
There's no Barnes, is there?
So do you think maybe what it is Willock is on the left kind of attack, if you like, the left wing. Elanga's on the right. Gordon up front. And then you've got Ramsey and Tonali in the middle, and Woltemade again in that kind of number 8 role, if you like. Looks to me like that's
I
how
think
it's
he's
set
gone
up.
back to the 4-3-3. I think he's gone back to the 4-3-3. If you ask me, I think he's gone with
Reckon?
Pope, Trippier, Chow, and Byrne across. Pope and goal. Trippier, Chow, Byrne, and Hall at the back four. Tonali, Ramsey, and Willock as the three central midfielders, and then Elanga right, Gordon left with Voldemort up front.
It's one of those,
That's
isn't it, where we've had that question all day of where's he going to play Waldemar? And we're all kind of sat here looking forward to the team sheet coming out, and then we've looked at the team sheet. It doesn't actually give that answer because Willock could be on the left and Willock could be in centre midfield. So we're kind of sat here kind of none the wiser.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
we won't know
hopefully
really
that's
well.
how Hopefully that's
Yeah.
how Pep feels.
Maybe.
Yeah, go on to me.
It could be Willock on the left. I know what you mean, Bogey. Inclined to kind of think that it will be, like you say, Voldemort up front, but the thing is, though, like Gordon has worked really well up front, hasn't he? And we know that Eddie Howe really likes Gordon, so part of us would be surprised if he was to do that. So, like, I'm actually veering towards it being Willock on the left and Voldemort deeper. It's a bit of a risk, and like I was saying before, you look at it and it is slightly risky in that who you're playing. You know, you're playing Man City, who are going to be coming at you. So Voldemort will have to be in his game defensively in that deeper role if he is in that role. So, no, that's interesting. I think with Barnes as well, you know, I'm a big fan of Harvey Barnes, but I was going to say missed chances, but I think Ian mentioned that the keeper made some brilliant saves, didn't he? Even though we were like 5-1 up, 6-1 up, he was still one of the best players in the park. So that says a lot. But Bonds, you know, he's fluffed a few chances against Villa. I thought he was okay, but you know, he's better than what he's put out, I think, recently. So, and there's also rotation as well, keeping players fresh. Willock came off, didn't he, against Karabag? So, if it was Willock on the left, I wouldn't be fussed with that. I think Willock is playing better now. He offers you those legs and that attacking threat, if you like. And yeah, I think that pace and behinds with Gordon up front as well, if it is, and with Elanga. I mean, those three players across the three, if it is that, you know, they're all very pacey. I mean, Willock's probably got more pace than Barnes, so it's even pacier than what it has been. But like you say, will it be that, or will it be Voldemort up front with Gordon back on the left? So we'll only know until it kicks off, really, won't we?
One big disappointment for me is two keepers on the bench again. I hate that. I absolutely hate that. And I think the other point to make is that the three young'uns that have been playing are on the bench again. So let's hope they get a little bit of a chance today. when we're 6-0 up, as Christina would think.
I haven't gone for 6-0. I am going for 3-0 though to Newcastle, but I'm not crazy enough
just
to
a
go for
3.
6. Just a
Just a
3.
3.
I'll be happy with that.
I'll take that. Yeah, clean sheet away at City as well. That's get a lot of money for that.
As the kids would say, easy clap.
Aye.
Would you take a draw?
Me?
Yeah.
I would.
I mean, against Manchester City, yeah. I mean, I would be happy with a draw because I mean, it is still Manchester City at the end of the day.
Yeah.
I mean, I always want us to win, and I genuinely feel quite positive that we could get a win today. But absolutely 100%, if you're offering me a guaranteed draw right now against Manchester City away from home, I'd take your arm off for it.
I would
Yeah,
quite happily just start the reaction show now with a draw. Just say we've got a draw, and I'll start the reaction show now. So yeah, definitely.
Shabby, do you think the Premier League might go for that? If we just give them a ring and just be like, look, it's nils each now. Let's just draw a line under it and let's just go on to the reaction show. Everybody has a happy Saturday. We can all just get on with our lives. There we go. Sorted.
Win-win, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Get Richard Moses in the blower. See what he says. He gave our takeover the OK in the end, didn't he? So he might give that the OK. You never know.
Yeah.
It's worth a try.
So Connor,
But
just quickly tell
yeah.
Connor's saying that Woltemade, according to the journals, they're hearing that Woltemade is up front. Like I say, we'll find out when it kicks off, but that's interesting.
I mean, you'd hope this team's quite interchangeable again. So you'd hope that there's different ways you could play this. So again, I know he's very reluctant. I know that he's very reluctant to do it in game, but in a game against City, if things aren't working with this team, you don't necessarily have to make subs. So if it is Willock on the left and Gordon still up front with Woltemade playing off him, if it's not working, you can quickly just change Willock back to central midfield and pop Gordon on the left. So
you know what?
There's in-game management that you can do there that's really quick.
Yeah. No, I think that's a good point, and I think I totally agree. And saying that, it might be more of a 4-4-2 in that Gordon, if he isn't right up there, if he's more on the left, he might be further in. And I think that's happened a lot this season anyway, or not a lot, but at times where Gordon has played closer. We've tried to do that anyway. It hasn't always worked necessarily, but yeah, now that you've said that, Borky, we'll see. But I wouldn't be surprised if Gordon isn't, hugging the touchline, if he is a lot closer to Woltemade. And like you say, that then means that they can interchange a lot easier. So, because Woltemade wants to come back and drop deep. So, regardless of the actual starting positions, it still work. So, let's see. But as well, sorry, Peter, is that I'm positive and I am looking forward to it. And, a draw would cap off a great week, no doubt about it. Obviously, even a draw would, because it's Man City and they're going to be well up for it. But at the same time, on that same token, I'm expecting a defeat really deep down because it is going to be so tough. So, yeah, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that it's going to be easy. So I am partly bracing myself as well. And I think part of it is the performance. Put a good shift in, put a good performance in, still lose, okay, fine, brush it off, move on to next week, and then the fixtures after that try and climb the league. But I think a lot of it is performance because when we won against Burnley those months back, it was a 3-1 in the end. It was great we won, but after that I was thinking, yeah, it's good for 3 points, but I wasn't still confident going forward because we really just limped over the line with that one. And this is what I mean. It is partly about the performance, really, a lot about the performance, I think, with this. And you can take a lot of heart with that going forward, regardless of the scoreline. So let's see.
I've tried asking these boffins behind us about Woltemade, where he's playing, but I'm getting no answer from them. So I have to wait and see. But just want to quickly mention, have you noticed as well, I feel like the last couple of games, our set pieces, the corners that we've been taking have been pretty inventive. I think we've come up with some nice routines, I think, on the training pitch. And that's nice to see against Carrierbag, and I thought Villa as well. Trippier they were doing some nice dummies and players kind of like making moves off the ball to make space for a teammate to come onto the pass. So I think that seems to be paying dividends now a little bit with that set piece coach that they brought in the summer. So got to bear that in mind for tonight as well. Maybe that'll come into play.
Yeah, because a lot of people were saying earlier on when we first brought him in that they didn't see what impact that the new set piece coach was having.
Yeah.
And a lot of people were almost like, well, I mean, what they actually working on and why hasn't it done? But I think the more time that he's spent with the team, we are now starting to see, all right, he's brought a few ideas in, we're definitely starting to see the fruits of that loom, so to speak.
Totally. It's took a bit of time, hasn't it? I agree. Like
It took a while.
scratching my head as well. But no, I think clearly they're working hard at it, and it's came off a few times. I mean, I don't think we've scored directly, but from any of these corners, but we're looking threatening. So that's good to see.
Bruno didn't he?
But he's a Olympias.
Yeah, Bruno scored directly from the corner, didn't he?
Oh yeah, exactly.
Loved that. Absolutely loved it.
Yeah. Doesn't take much coordination to set that one up.
I think Tonali wants himself one of them as well, If you look at the couple of corners he's taken, I think Tonali's like, well, if he can have one of them, I want one of them.
Yeah.
We nearly did it against Karabakh. Like I think it was Trippier who nearly scored against. It's all at it.
A hell of a
quick question.
All those three.
No, definitely, and you don't need a set piece coach to try that, do you? But what do you think about Botman being out? Are you concerned now that it's again he's fitness, he's injured again? What do you think, Borky?
100%, mate. I think Wynn calls him the Rolls Royce that's always in the garage. He is an injury prone player. He's beginning to remind us a lot of, and I hate to say this, but of Jonathan Woodgate. Great player when he's out on the pitch, but just not out on the pitch enough. I think in the summer, if a team came in with a big enough offer for him, I'd be tempted. Just simply because we're not a team that can afford to have injured players. We've got to have players that can play week in, week out, and well, like any team, I suppose, exactly the same. But he's just proven to be very, very injury prone. Great player, but very injury prone.
Tina?
Fair point, like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, very, very concerned that Botman's picked up another injury. I mean, as Borky said, he's been there now. The only thing that I would disagree with there is that I would not accept an offer for him in the summer. I would definitely have one more year of trying to see if we can get the best out of them, because the thing about a Rolls Royce that you've always got in the garage is that when you get it out of the garage, you've got a Rolls Royce. And that's what we've got with Sven Botman. When he is on the pitch, we've got one of the most exciting centre-backs we've had at the club since we got the best out of Fabian Schär, or if you want to go back further, probably the most exciting centre-back from the point of signing, maybe going back to the Colaccini days, because he's actual quality. So I would definitely want to give him another year, but very, very concerning that he's unfortunately back on the medical table.
Can I please do this pun? Talking of Rolls Royces, here are your match commentary team that are going to come on and take us through the whole match.
Hey,
welcome.
Nice little segue there.
Gary, we've got Michael and we've got the Mighty.
Well done, everybody. How are we this evening? Are we good?
All good.
Yeah, fabulous. Lovely couple of hours spent listening to you guys in the background. Apologies, I think my TV has just come on rather loud. So
this is embarrassing. We're all wearing the same T-shirt.
Well, there you go. Who'd have thought it was Newcastle away? Obviously, can't play in blue, so it's either green or black and white. Interesting lot. Interesting. Listen to who's playing up top. Do we go? It's 1 for 1. Would you trust Willock on the left hand side? Well, I think not. If I'm honest with you, I think it will be Woltemade up top. It's the first thing I saw when I saw the team. Woltemade up top, and it'll be Gordon on the left hand side, and you'll have the usual Willock sitting in the 8. And hopefully, I want to see Woltemade stay high on the back line. I also want to try and do this box midfield, because if he drops into that left-hand channel and we get Tonali and Ramsey sitting deep, a little bit deeper on the halfway line, you get this box midfield going, and then you get the runners with pace in and behind, because hopefully it draws Manchester City into a bit of a false sense of security. On the other hand, they become narrow. We've got the pace on the width then to try and, again, it's utilising the diagonals. We've seen a little bit more from Anthony Gordon, but he comes too square for me. Rather than running square, I'd like to see him run diagonal, try and break lines on the diagonal. Same with Elanga. Elanga seems to have got that run down to a T, but it is going to be interesting.
Yeah, totally.
Good evening. It looks as though Jamie might be our fortune teller.
Why is that?
And this is another Eddie Master stroke. Play Man City with Woltemade up top, and then when we play them in the cup, put them back to midfield.
Midfield, yeah, exactly.
So they don't get a chance to practice
To see
against
how we
them.
play. Yeah, exactly. See how we
Playing
play.
some 3G chess there.
Well, that's exactly what it is, isn't it? It literally is all about trying to keep one in your pocket, if you like, as a coach. Well, yeah,
that's
it's more
4D. Yeah, it's already 3D chess, isn't it? I thought of that. I was just hoping nobody was going to say anything. So thanks for that.
But I mean, it is a very interesting setup. Like I say, Harvey Barnes. Like I said, I didn't think even though he had a couple of real good chances against Karabakh, I didn't think he played fantastically well. I think he was good. But we all know what he can do coming off the bench. And I think that is, again, another little bit of a masterstroke from Eddie. If he can come off the bench and strike a 25-yarder, then who knows what tonight can offer. And again, you can't... Sorry, buddy?
Just in a previous match, didn't Eddie do that in one game when was it Liverpool?
Liverpool.
Yeah, in the previous game before the actual cup final. And he admitted afterwards that he had tweaked the team a little bit. I mean, that was a cup final, so maybe, it was a lot more was at stake, obviously, in that one. But yeah, maybe a bit of mind games, you never know.
Well, I do think, like with the amount of times we play in City, if they don't know each other now, they never will. They'll know the strengths and weaknesses of every single side, every single player. That seems a gimme these days. But interesting set of results again today, gentlemen and lady, obviously. Aston Villa only getting a draw against Leeds at home, which again seems as if the wheels have somewhat gone a bit flat at the bottom for Aston Villa at the minute. Brighton beaten Brentford away from home as well. Brentford being at home 2-0. And we have obviously Chelsea only getting the draw against Burnley, which again, it seems as though some of these gods, these score gods, are actually on Newcastle's side. It's just a shame nobody else is, because it seems as though we get a referee that's against us.
It almost looks as though there's no easy teams to beat in the Premiership, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Anybody would think you'd said that before.
One disappointment is 2 keepers on the bench again win.
Yeah,
well, I think that comes again to show how many Rolls Royces we've got in the garage. If I'm honest with you,
and the under-21s were playing last night, so
yeah, that's right.
But I think Shaw and Neve played.
They did. And again, what a worldie from the goalkeeper. If anybody hasn't seen it, you should watch it.
And you're just going to see him.
What a goal.
And a Ruddy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Maybe he should come and coach the elders, maybe. I mean, he certainly wouldn't have got that from Pope. That's a certain fact. But I mean, it's like I said, for me, it is all about now playing Manchester City with a little bit of hope. Anything can happen on the day. These guys are a good team. At the Etihad, we know, 10 wins out of the last 12 games at the Etihad. It ain't going to be easy. But what we can't do is literally lie on our backs, do the dying fly, and let them literally just come wave after wave after wave. Because if they do that, Don't think it's going to look great at the end of the 90 minutes. So yeah, it's like you said, for me, it's mind games. I don't know, like I say, what you guys think. I haven't quite seen the Manchester City game just yet. Wazza, you can stick your blue moon where the sun don't shine. Thanks, Wazza. As always, great supporter of the channel. Has anybody seen the Manchester City side yet?
Yep.
Yeah. Semenyo, Marmoush and Haaland up top, which is probably the three Newcastle fans didn't want to see. Gets Omar Marmoush as far away from us as possible. Then it'll be a midfield three of O'Reilly, Rodri and Bernardo Silva. Back four of Ait-Nouri, Mark Gay, Ruben Diaz, Matthias Nunes, and of course Donnarumma in net.
So what do you think of it?
It's in a 1-4-1-3-2 formation.
So it's not the strongest team ever, is it?
No, we've got a chance here, lads. We have got a chance. I mean, listen, we all know that Nunes isn't the world's best right back. Is that another thing that Eddie Howe's moved potentially? Again, we haven't seen Anthony Gordon to the left-hand side to try and push Nunes back a little bit. Nunes likes to travel. Ait-Nouri is another one who likes to travel. Is that a chink in their armour? If they do go on the walk, have we got enough in us to get behind them down them flanks? Potentially. I mean, I'm like you, Win. I've just listened to what you guys have said, and straight away, I've moved them all around to a 4-1-3-2 system, if I'm honest with you. I've got Nunes, Diaz, Gahey and Nouri at the back. Rodri sitting out of the forward in the middle. Semenyo on the right, Silva and O'Reilly on the left. And then up top, you'll have Marmoush and Highland. And I'm sure Marmoush, as he always does, will drop into the 10, leaving Highland up. So again, they'll play more of a diamond style of football, I would have thought, from that midfield. Very, very entertaining lineup, whichever way it goes. And I'm sure, if Newcastle turn up and play football, I think this could be a basketball game.
Just to say, Gary, we did get them behind, didn't we? The last time we played them, we just have to take our chances.
Exactly. That was when I was listening to you before. I put the comment in, and it was, why didn't it, when we went 2 down? Why didn't Eddie change anything? And I said the reason he didn't change anything because it was working. We were creating chances as well, but we just weren't scoring them. There was nothing needed changing other than finishing our dinner.
Yeah, it's an interesting one because FOTMob have gone totally different. I'm just having a look at their lineup now. So they've got a 4-3-3 with Manchester City, with Marmoush right, Semenyo left of the 3 at top, O'Reilly, Rodri and Silva sitting in the 3. And again, it's a likely lineup. And for Newcastle, they've gone, again, this 4-1-4-1 formation with Tonali sitting in front of the defenders, Elanga, Willock and Woltemade right and centre and left of centre with Woltemade, Ramsey left-hand side and Anthony Gordon up top. So again, very interesting lineup from FOTMob. So like I say, literally, you could. It's like spot the ball for me, this lot, because you haven't got got a clue where to put that X.
Well, it does change the narrative, doesn't it, from what it always was, which was we knew what the 11 was going to be and we knew where they were going to play, and now we're done. But personally, I would just go the way we've gone the last 3 games, just do it again. And if we can beat them today doing that, then we'll beat them again doing it at St James's Park.
I think formations nowadays don't really, at the start of the game, don't really make sense at all because it depends on what phase of play. We were talking about this earlier. It depends on what phase of play you're in. So defensively, your formation is now different to your attacking formation. And it depends, what transition of play you're in. So formations now are a difficult one to come out before a game because you're never right because it's changeable during the game.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You look at City, and no one's going to start off with a 2-4-1-3 or whatever it is. But when they're attacking, that Ait-Nouri is basically going to be about as far forward as Gordon gets. Matthias Nunes will fly up there as well. So you're going to have Diaz and Gay when they've got the ball being the only 2 anywhere near that halfway line. Maybe Rodri drops a little bit, gives them a bit of a hand. But you're absolutely right. Even in defence, it'll be Actually, in defence, it probably will be the 4-1-3-2 or the 4-3-3, however you say it. But let's be honest, the difference in transition between teams now, everyone wants to be a little bit more fluid, like PSG were in the Champions League last year. Everyone sort of, they see the next big thing, and I know Guardiola's been doing it for a while, let's be honest, but PSG last season, more and more people are jumping on that bandwagon, and you can see just how good City, PSG, etc. are, just that fluidity of having players just anywhere on the pitch and still not having many weaknesses in behind.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, like
Up
I
a
say,
score going 4-3-3 with Willock on the left of midfield and Woltemade up top.
yeah, exactly.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that's what I said. I mean, you could literally perm anything in this because, like I say, there's so many variations. And listen, we know Eddie will always say, as he did against Karabag, it's still a 4-3-3. It just looks differently because of the personnel that plays it. So, we know his systems of play on paper will look very much like a 4-3-3, but during the game, it will revert to so many different formations, again, to try and break the opposition down. And like I say, to some, that's easy. But we have found it ourselves, quite hard and confusing at times to see where's playing who and who's playing where. And because, like I say, sometimes I feel it's not being the player playing the position, as in playing the opposition. It's been the position playing the player, as in they're struggling to find a strong foot within that game, within the team, to actually get involved in the game. So I do find with Eddie Howe's system of play, as fluid as it can be, it can also create more problems internally to our players as much as it does the opposition.
But it's good to see Ramsey back in, I think, tonight, because he was on a really good run, good vein of form before he went out. He's dropped for the Karabag, or rested for the Karabag game. So, but I think he's a quality player, and I think him and Tonali could really link up well in the middle there. Tonali's back on form as well. It's he's shown what he's made of. I think he's been well up for it the last couple of games. So he's like a terrier, when he's charging forwards and when he's defending as well.
Do you think any of that could be to do with the fact that Bruno's not there now?
Possibly, maybe he's thought to himself, "Look, like I need to show what I'm about." I mean, he'll know himself. He would have known before that he wasn't playing to his best, and he needed to do more. So he's a class player. So I think he would have known that Bruno being out, it's up to him to lead by example. I think maybe do you think there's a question mark, Win, about whether them two can play together? Is that what you're getting at, Bruno and Tonali?
Well, I mentioned that the other night, didn't I? I said, is it the old Lampard-Gerrard conundrum?
Yeah,
where you don't get the best out of both of them. But I don't think so, because I think we've seen them both play well regularly enough to know that that's not the case. I just think you've got
two very, very similar players that want the ball, mate. And I think that is the problem when they're covering each other's space, if you like, and all literally within 5 or 10 yards of each other, because they are so wanting of the ball to progress. And usually it's Bruno that comes first with that ball, especially to the more junior players around him. And listen, that's not a problem. What you have to do is try and source a solution for two players hungry for the ball. And that's what I said. The ideal scenario for me would be playing Bruno right-hand side and Tonali left-hand side of the three, because then you get the inside right and left position actually progressing the ball because they're hungry for the ball. So you should have balance. And I think, there was one thing for me that has shown a little more recently in the absence of Bruno. And I must admit, me and Connor have been having a bit of a chat in the background regarding what we've both seen and witnessed. And again, I'd like to see your thoughts on this, because for me, the team have looked more balanced since Bruno's been out of the team. We've concentrated the ball both left and right rather than looking at one side of the pitch more than the other, which seemed to be very focal when Bruno plays on that inside right position. What's your thoughts on it, guys? I mean, do you feel as though over the last 3 games, in the absence of Bruno, we have looked a little bit more balanced on the style of play and utilised both wings rather than concentrate on one more than the other?
I can't believe I'm going to say this, but what I'd love to see over the last 3 games compared to when he plays with Bruno is Tonali's passing lanes. Because I hate them arrow things. But in regards to that, I'd love to see, and I'm sure I could get it myself, but I'd never look at stats. But I'd love to see how different Tonali's game is in regards to passing when Bruno's not there, to how different his game is when Bruno is there with passing lanes. Because just going off watching the game, I personally think that he's going to be a lot more progressive with his passing than he is when Bruno plays. Because we've all seen when Bruno plays, he passes the ball around the back, he doesn't go for the balls. Whereas I think when Bruno's not there, he does seem to be more progressive and trying to pass forward with the ball.
Yeah,
I've made a note there to look them up for you.
I knew Win would be on the job.
Tonali gets the ball more, I would imagine. That's the thing. That's, I think, one of the differences with Bruno when he's not in the team. Tonali, I think, naturally will get more possession because Bruno's the one who always tends to kind of be the playmaker when he's playing in the middle. Super chat that.
Super chat indeed.
Thanks, Adrian Pickett.
From Adrian saying, having Nick and Ramsey cooking spicy food behind Gordinho gives me hope.
Love it.
Love that. Love that. Now, there's been a gentleman who apparently has sent us a question, and apparently we haven't answered it, so he's sent it again, and I've lost it. Bear with me a second.
Doing well.
There you go. You refused to answer my first question, so I'll ask another. Is the manager trying to bring the youth through correctly? Now, I don't know how many times we've answered that. In a previous, I'm going to say, in a previous few shows.
Boogie will tell you no.
100%.
I don't think anybody can say yes, if I'm honest with you. No, he's not, is the answer to that. But he also asked the questions, are they good enough?
Yeah.
I think as well, we overestimate how well other teams do it. Like, it's very easy to see players come on for 10-minute cameos for Aston Villa, etc., and think that they do it well. The reality is there's very few teams, Bournemouth probably being one of the best in my opinion, that actually do it to a really good standard. Unfortunately, the days of youth coming. I mean, Man City actually today, the team we played, they're really, really good at it, but they've had 10, 15 years of building an elite academy. I think for Newcastle, realistically, we are one of the worst for it, but I don't think anyone, except from maybe 3 or 4 teams, is actually good at it.
But I think the question is around why don't we just do, thanks to the Carabao game, why didn't we just do it on the 80th minute? Why didn't they bring on all the 3 youngsters that were on the bench? And 4 youngsters, bring on Asula, Neve, Shaha, and Murphy.
Oh, yeah. I was saying bring them on at half time. Yeah, I completely agree.
The job was done,
wasn't it? By doing that, yeah. What do you lose by doing that? Nothing. I think that's more the point. It's not the point. I agree with Gary 100%. The players that we've got aren't going to be Premier League players, but they can do a job for it at the minute, which is to rest the senior players and the older senior players, so they've got 10 minutes less off those legs going into the next game.
Yeah, it's not always about looking for a superstar, is it? It's about getting somebody into the team who is competent. And Alex Murphy, I think, has looked competent. Again, it's not obviously a string of games, but I think could he do a job and cover for Lewis Hall as and when, just to give him a break sometimes? I think it's a valid question.
I think you've got to look at it from both sides, and again, I know we all look at it as an open book, if you like, as in it's like any book, isn't it? You start from the start, the middle, and then you go to the end. When you're coaching, the one thing that you have to think about, is if they come back. Say if you throw a player on with 15 minutes to go, a couple of players, and it unbalances us completely, and then all of a sudden you're ending back in St James's Park 6-3, 6-4. right? Because you've gambled and thrown a couple of players on. It doesn't give you that comfort zone. Even though you're at St James's Park, and there should be absolutely no doubt in my mind that you shouldn't go on and produce another performance like you did there. But it just takes that edge off. For me, the game at St James's Park will be more or less, let's just keep the ball. Let's not, we don't have to run. You don't have to go and score another 5 or 6 goals. You could see umpteen changes at St James's Park because everybody's starting literally at the same starting post. Everybody will be involved in the game from the start. I just think, like I said, Eddie has to play his cards really well. I don't disagree with what you guys have said, by the way. I don't say there's no reason why he couldn't throw the young kids on at 10 minutes. I'm just trying to give you the other side of the coin. You either come back to St James's Park with a commanding lead where you can start the young uns if you so think they can do a job for you. And then you say, listen, instead of coming back with a 2 or a 3 goal lead, now it should be comfortable. You haven't got any pressure on you. You're at home under the lights at St James's Park. The crowd are behind you. That's 12th man. You shouldn't need any more motivation to go and get that job done.
I completely agree, and I think one of the way of sort of looking at it is sort of, Asula came on about, it was 65, 70, whatever it was. Joe Linton came on to get a little bit of fitness. I think he'll probably, I don't want to say start against Karabag, but he'll get quite a few minutes. And then you look at the rest, it's Jacob Murphy got his goal. Maybe that'll be a confidence booster. Then Jacob Ramsey for Willock. But Hall was out on his, he was out, basically, he had no energy. I don't want to swear. I'm trying to think of all that can go through my mind as a swear word. But he had no energy. He was out on his feet. And literally, you're sitting there going, well, why isn't... Kieran Trippier coming off for Joe Linton, great. Why isn't Alex Murphy coming on in those situations? Again, as you say, I don't think he is that kind of player. He's not going to be good enough for us in those situations. But for Murphy and Asula, I think it's one of those, bringing both of them on. It was probably the perfect time to try and get them a little bit of confidence because, let's be honest, Murphy scoring that goal, I know it was massively deflected, but for someone that's been so out of form, that could be a sort of turning point. And so I understand sort of why those changes were made, but Louis Hall, I wouldn't be surprised if he looks really, really leggy today, just because
he looked leggy at Karabag, didn't he? Right towards the end, he passed the ball 15 yards inside to Burn, and to be fair, he stood still. It looks as though he couldn't do muster any more energy to actually go and run down that line to get the ball back. So it was a case of, I'm just going to stay here, just take it whenever you want, but don't give it me back. That's the type of situation he was in. But listen,
on the Karabag performance, Asula came on 68. That was when it was just 5-1. And GS7 came on.
5-1.
GS7 came on because GS7 needs time in his legs as well to get.
But what time did the youngsters come on? When, if you've got the times up there?
Well, there was only apart from Asula, there was only Neve came
Sean
on.
Neve.
So what time did Neve come on?
He came on 87.
I'm going to say 86, wasn't it?
So why not bring him, Shaw and Murphy on at 80? That's
to be fair, we didn't have the subs then.
Well, we're already used 5 subs.
Right. I think that's game management again, but that's another story.
Yeah. It's like I said, it's easy for us. That's what I said. We can all sit here and imagine what could be. When you're in the hot seat, it's a different kettle of fish. It really is. And I think you've just got to think of all of the permutations compared. And the metrics for me, he's got to be getting feedback from the analysis that are looking at the monitors and everything else. And he must be looking at where these lads are hitting that point of exhaustion. And maybe that's the reasons why you're seeing game management a bit later on in games, even though sometimes we cry out from the 60th minute. We can see the drop off.
We cry out from the half hour mark.
Well, I'm going to say sometimes, yeah, you cry out after the first 10 minutes. But I mean, you've got to look at it from what information he's getting on the sidelines. And I think, like I said, risk versus reward sometimes. The reward now is coming to St James's Park with an unimaginable lead because I never expected a 6-1. So, can the change Give majority of the players a rest. Give the players that majority have had on the bench a start, and see what happens. You've always got the big lads to come back on if it looks sticky in the first 25, 30 minutes. And that's the beauty of it. If you need somebody to come in and control the game, there is a number of bodies there. You're going to start the likes of Joe Linton, who Wins just said. He needs minutes in his legs now going forward. So he can start and give him an hour. And then you start making your changes. So there's still a lot of bodies and a lot of players that can come in and do a job. The problem is, it's the players that are playing routinely week after week after week in those fallback situations, the Malik Chows, because you're forced to now. Your only other two professional, and I say as in experienced professional players, aren't available. So you then go and say, well, sorry, lads, you've got to go again. So is the risk again not playing fullbacks like Lewis Hall? The fact that you've also got to think about the lads in the centre of that defensive unit that also could tire because of the amount of games they've played. So it's a case of, I'll keep it solid at the back because everybody knows how they play.
Well, we can't do anything about the centre backs at the minute, can we?
No, that's what I'm saying. You've got no chance.
I agree completely what you're saying about metrics and all that and them going off that. But sometimes you've got to use your eyes as well. When I was sitting watching that match, and as Michael said quite correctly, Hall was knackered on his feet. You could see he was absolutely gone. Sure enough, as the manager, yes, you've got metrics, and you can see maybe he isn't shown as being in red on the metrics scale, but you've also got to use what you're seeing, and you could see that lad had gone. His body was shattered.
Yeah, but the thing again with Hall, I think how Hall's he's proud to play in a black and white shirt because obviously parents being Geordie fans and things like that. It's different to the likes of Willock, because when Willock's had enough, you'll see him look at the bench and go, I want off. I want to come off there. You never see that, regardless of how he plays. And unfortunately, what happens with tiredness and fatigue, it can affect your game massively. You can make mistakes that routinely you wouldn't make. So there is a number of permutations towards the decisions why he doesn't take these players that, like we said, look absolutely exhausted at times. Some interesting stuff, guys.
0-0, by the way, final score, West Ham.
West Ham, yeah, exactly. A bit of a bore. Historically, this has been...
Harry, just before you move on, I'm going to drop off, mate. So,
all right, buddy. Thank you.
I hope you have a great match and enjoy the match.
Cheers,
Bogey.
Lovely to have you. Historically, this has been a bit of one-way traffic, if you like. City have dominated the head-to-head across the last decade, especially at the Etihad. Heavy scorelines weren't unusual. Newcastle often tried to press, got bypassed, and then spent 70 minutes chasing shadows. Guardiola's position play usually is structured 2-3-5 in possession, extreme width, inverted fullbacks, regularly suffocated Newcastle's midfield. But the dynamic has shifted since the Saudi-backed rebuild and Howe's tactical evolution. So for me, it's Newcastle now defend a little bit higher at times, don't always go back. And again, we keep going back to that. Why do we keep sitting on the edge of the 18-yard box and allowing teams to shoot from 25 yards? The pressing coordinated waves, this is what we want to see. We've started to see that come back over the last few games, and that's what we want to see Newcastle do. They attack with vertical transitions rather than hopeful clearances. The midfield battle again now. It seems as though we want to win that second ball, particularly when, obviously, we've got the likes of Bruno, who when he's fit, and Tonali, who's now stepping into Bruno's shoes, dictating that tempo. We've become genuinely competitive rather than survival exercises against the big hitters. So for me, I wanted to ask you guys, is this something that is a tactical balance? This fixture for me is a really fascinating one because you're going to have two different style of coaches, two totally different style of players. One who wants to be on the press and win the ball back high up the field of play, if that's how they come and get it, against a team that loves the ball at feet. Do you think that either on their day, if both teams play football the way we know they can, do you think that nullifies it, makes it more of a level playing field? Or do you think it still massively favours City?
Still massively favours City for me. There's a reason the last 3 games we've played against them, after 30 minutes, we've been at the Etihad. This is 2-0 down, 3-0 down, and 3-0 down. You know, I'm not saying, well, now we actually try and come at them a little bit more. You know, there's not many teams that blow Newcastle United away consistently, but City seem to be that one that Eddie Howe does struggle against a bit more than any other. And I know City have always smashed her, you know, no matter who's been in charge. Even before they got the money, they still seem to have one number, which was very annoying, I remember. But I think they are just one of those teams where if you try and play football against them, you try and go man for man, they'll tear you apart no matter who you are. Let's be honest, even Real Madrid have to sit back against them.
Yeah,
am I right in saying the last twice we've played them in the league anyway, we've went with 5 at the back?
Yeah, well, we have.
I seem to
recall, we played wing backs, didn't we? We played more wing backs.
So
well, there weren't wing backs. There were 5.
This time we're not. This time we're going with a flat back 4. And I think that could be the difference. I just want us to play the way we've played the last 3 games.
Yeah, I agree.
With that win, I would just say is that the issue in the last one at the Etihad in the Carabao Cup was we were creating chances, and obviously if we score those chances, the game changes. But we were also conceding a lot of chances. Like you say, it was a basketball game, and with Man City and the quality of players that they have, inevitably they're going to take one of those chances, aren't they? So it is that balance of, can we shut that door enough? Do you know what I mean? To not concede as many chances, but also take ours as well.
Yeah, I don't mind if we be a bit more defensive tonight, personally, but we'll see. Lads and lass, we're gonna jump off. I just want to say, Christina, cheers for joining us today as well for the build-up.
Thank you very much for having me on.
Cheers.
Oh, you're welcome. And have a good one, lads. So
thank you ever so much,
I'll be off,
gentlemen
lads.
and lassies.
Enjoy.
Thank you very much. We'll speak to you later. Take care. Right then.
And then there were 5.
And then there were just the 3 of us.
No,
Christina's
You're
still
both wrong.
She's I'm going to say, Christina's still with us. But there you go. Thank you ever so much, Christina. That's it. We've got you. We've got you.
Catch you later. Thanks,
Take
Tina.
care. Thanks, Tina. Right then, team. We are literally 20-some-odd minutes, about 27 minutes away from kickoff before we head on to the kick-by-kick commentary with myself and the lads. So what we're going to do, we're going to be straight back directly after this.
You are listening to
NUFC Talk Radio,
the voice of the Toon Army, live daily on the website, on YouTube, on BAB, and on every online radio directory.
NUFC Talk,
the voice of the Toon Army.
Right, I don't know what's happened to the mighty win. We are literally, like I say, 25 minutes away from the start of the match, and I hope you're all very well. What are you guys expecting in the chat tonight then? Are you expecting this to be literally all possession? To me, it literally is a case of physicality versus control. Newcastle obviously bring the intensity if they play in that way with that transitional threat. But City bring structure, technical suffocation when Newcastle press lands. They've got the way to disrupt that rhythm when it doesn't really, happen for them. We lose the ball. We know it's going to be, relentless all the way. So I think, for me, it's about one positional lapse for me could be fatal for Newcastle. We've seen it so many times where we look really comfortable, sitting deep, looking to break and counter, and then before you know it, you're a goal down. And then everybody's looking at each other, and it's literally come from one mistake that's happened 2 or 3 passes or phases of play before the goal. And we've been probably, Michael, guilty of a lot this season when it comes to that regarding football and the way we've given the ball away and then gone on to concede.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you look at Newcastle as a season, you would say overall a lot of the play hasn't been terrible. Has it been an off season? Yes, but what we've been particularly bad at is making mistakes in our own third, and it has cost us so many times. And it's not just one or two games. It feels like it's consistent, whether it's failing to get out from the back and just launching it and giving away the ball so easily, or just passing the ball straight to an attacking player when there's no pressure on you. It's baffling how much that's happened this season, but we haven't seen it as much in the last few games. Newcastle have had a lot more control in possession. We were talking about Bruno before. I do think there is an issue with the mentality of some Newcastle United players where when Bruno is on the pitch, it's almost a fail-safe to go, we'll just give it to Bruno and see what happens. And that's not Bruno's fault, but he is always the one coming deep and getting players out of bother, shall we say, in those situations. And I think now Bruno's not there, the players are, their fail-safe is missing. They're having to actually step up and they're having to play a little bit more controlled on the ball. And it's worked for the most part. We'll see how it works against Man City because, they do normally blow us away at the Etihad.
Gavin Fuller there saying we have also attacked down the middle and shooting from the edge of the box.
That's been something that we've lacked all season, isn't it? That shot from 25 yards. And again, with the low press that we see many teams adopt these days in the Premier League, it's something that teams should be practicing more at, especially in today's modern game. Can I also ask you gentlemen,
I've just been watching Eddie, by the way. Eddie's just been on.
Oh,
he
go
says,
on.
Barnes, the reason Barnes isn't playing is purely for rest, squad management, and City are very good.
I'm glad he's figured that out.
That was the gist of his that I picked up from his pre-match interview there. That Barnes has been rested for squad rotation purposes, and City are very good.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm glad he's like Michael's just said. I'm glad he's eventually worked that one out. The couple of chats I've got V for Vendetta. I'm concerned about Trippier. He has been poor despite our upturn in form. He gives the ball away and he can't recover fast enough now. I'm thinking City will target him. Well, to be fair, there's been a number of teams. Well, I don't think I don't think poor is probably what we see. I think now when a mistake happens, and that's what we've just been saying while you were listening to Eddie Howe, when we give the ball away, and we seem to have done that a lot this season, our recovery just isn't quick enough these days to actually get back into play. And we often gift a shot towards goal or concede literally for that very purpose, especially, like I say, 3 or 4 phases of play before that. We've given the ball away in an attacking third. If it's come from one of our fullbacks, even with the likes Dan Burn, how many times have we seen Dan Burn trying to get back into position? It seems to be the same with Trips now. And he is right. There does seem to be a lot of managers from the opposition teams that seem to want to target the fullback areas nearly all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it just kind of shows as well how much pace is part of the game in the modern day. When Pep Guardiola has sort of changed his philosophy and incorporated a lot more pace into his teams with the likes of Doku, Savinho, Semenyo, you can see that, particularly with the Premier League, that's just how important it is. And Trippier, I genuinely think, in probably Serie A, Bundesliga, French Ligue 1, he'd be fantastic. He'd still be the player that we know that we saw a few years ago. He'd be brilliant, in form, playing well, but in a league that is so reliant on physical ability and pace, one turnover is enough for the likes of Jeremy Doku, even Marmoush, to be miles away from you, and you've got no chance of recovering.
And so that's a good point. Milner's just set a new Premier League record today. Yeah. He overtakes the City, Villa,
Gareth Barry.
Gareth Barry's Premier League games record. Aged 40, trips too old nonsense, says Kenny. And has just set a new record, aged 40.
Yeah, but I mean, like I say, if you look at the minutes that he's playing now, isn't a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, he's playing more through necessity than actual being given him.
Hang on a minute. Is that not Trippier you're talking about? Playing more through necessity.
But age 40.
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely.
No, but
I mean,
again, we haven't got an alternative.
No, exactly. You are forced to play within, your means, aren't you?
I mean, someone said on Thursday, did they not play Chow at right back? Well, that would have been great if we'd had Botman to come in, but Botman's
we haven't
still in the garage.
Yeah, that's obviously a worry for me now with his injuries. It's starting to be a concern. Have we got another Woodgate in situ? It will be one to watch. Steve Waldo.
I hope so. That means we'll sell him to Real Madrid.
Yeah. Bruno injury may be a blessing in disguise with regard to Ramsey and Willock and Volta stepping up to the mark, and Tonali making more senior role tonight for the test. Again, it is an interesting one. There's been lots of discussions had even by us on this channel about the team can't win without Bruno. Well, that's a fallacy. We know that now, and it does give the limelight to others. It passes the baton over to of responsibility to other members of the team. And we have seen a massive step up from Tonali. We've seen a massive improvement for me on both Ramsey and Elanga when the need is there. And again, is it the fact that we are all playing in small pockets of space that just stop other players from playing and showing their, I would say, eliteness, but their ability, their technical ability.
Like what you said, probably 3 or 4 weeks ago now, that when Bruno plays, he demands the ball. And invariably he gets the ball. When he's not there to demand the ball, the players have to take it upon themselves to do something.
Yeah, and that certainly is evident now because there's more. Have you not noticed as well? And again, this isn't a criticism of Bruno because I actually like Bruno as a player, but I often find without Bruno, we do seem to be getting the ball into the attacking half space a lot quicker. Do you not find that? Is that something that you've noticed, Michael, or?
Yeah, I think look, we do move the ball a lot quicker, but I think it is related to what I was mentioning before, where players they haven't got that safety net of having a world-class player just to clean things up for them. But at the same time as well, it's a case of we're realising, okay, we haven't got that quality to bounce back on. We need to make sure that we're quick in transition, and just because we haven't got that Bruno who can slide a pass through a needle basically find a needle in a haystack. We need to focus more on our physical play, our pace focused play, be a bit more direct, be a bit quicker. And as I say, it's worked. We look good, and that's sort of back to how we were a few seasons back, which everyone wants to see. But when you're in the Champions League playing 3 games a week, it's much harder to do. The fact they've managed to do that a bit more the last 3 games, it's a credit. But the outlier and the thing we don't know is how that's going to translate to, Pep Guardiola's Man City, as we say.
Yeah, no, exactly.
The Bevis, what's the matter with you, man? You were Mr. Happy last night, and now everything's doom and gloom. 75% made of lead. So what could possibly be the issue? I think that's a bit harsh.
Another one from V for Vendetta. Even though Woltemade has done well in midfield, it's an indictment on Howe and this team that they can't supply him when he's number 9. And I think that's been the massive issue, hasn't it? That's been the Achilles heel, if you like. It's how you involve somebody like Woltemade in a team that don't predominantly play with a 10.
Well, I'm really looking forward to see where he plays today.
Well, I'm
be interesting.
Yeah, I have a feeling you'll have Willock in the 8, as we've seen over a lot of the games, with the likes of Ramsey on the inside left position, again, being more. What I don't want to see from Ramsey, if I'm honest with you, is that lost in translation, as we've seen previously, where he goes and follows players around the park. Yes, you've got a mark, but sometimes you've just got to take it upon yourself. If you've blocked the pass lane, keep an eye on where that player is, but don't, leave and isolate Tonali in the midfield. And I think that, when you've got Willock and Ramsey, sometimes we can be a little bit isolated in pockets of space. Willock goes too far forward. Then you've got Ramsey who comes too deep. And like I said, we've seen Tonali too many times for me isolated in the midfield where you've got 2 or 3 opposition players coming at you. There ain't a lot you can do.
So we don't want Ramsey adopting the long staff attitude.
Well, we certainly don't want him just to be, running behind Tonali. We want to try and create some visual wall of defence in front of our defenders, if I like. And I think that has been the issue for me, where, like I said, it's been lost in a little bit of translation from gaffer down to player. I hope we don't isolate Woltemade up front like before, says Connor. And
that's if he plays up front.
That's if he plays there. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I say, there's been so many different systems of play, but I have a feeling it's going to be that way. And like
I wonder if it could possibly be in his mindset for to, I don't know, start him up front, play for 10 minutes, and then switch him to midfield with their Gordon up front. And
yeah,
could well be.
Yeah.
So that's, as you're always saying, Gary, give Guardiola something to think about.
Yeah. I think what for me, the midfield is your gateway to open up fields of play forward and defence. And I think for me, like I said, you've got to be mindful of Manchester City's runners. They are relentless. We know people will always want to get in and behind you. Silva's a tricky player. We know what Semenyo offers you. O'Reilly, I think he's probably, as a good player, but he's probably a weak link. Do you give... this is something I was going to ask you, because I sound a bit of a hypocrite from what I've just said there about following players all around the park.
Surely not.
But would you not just say to somebody like Willock, just go and sit on Rodri? Just stop their player from playing football, because he's the one. He's like, he's the orchestra. He's the one who dictates the tempo of the game. So would you not just say, just don't go and play him, just go and sit on him, and then when we've got the ball, I want you to work off it. Just work the angles and get him working, so we've got more balls through the middle. You see, by doing that, for me, you do get a relationship then with Woltemade, because you're playing him a little bit further up the field if Rodri stays in the 6. So for me, I would gamble, but I think you've got to be disciplined. And like I said, when I say disciplined, it doesn't mean that you've got to go following him into the back line, but you've just got to make sure that the passing lanes are being covered when you're tracking back.
Yeah, I think there's always potential to play Willock in that sort of free role. The benefit that Ramsey and Willock together has is there's a lot of running room in there either side of Tonali. Tonali can play the sort of metronome. I know that, let's be honest, it's not going to be like that against Man City, but if we're going to get out, he could be absolutely essential to us with Ramsey and Willock doing the leg room either side of them. We are probably going to have to double up on Semenyo on that right-hand side. So Willock or Gordon, whoever does play on that side, is going to have a really, really tough job helping out Hall, but Hall's played against some of the very, very best right wingers and come out on top numerous times. So all the confidence in the world for him. But I think in that midfield battle, particularly against Manchester City, you very rarely win it, but you survive it by doing sort of what you say, either putting someone on Rodri or Bernardo Silva who are going to try and dictate that play. I don't think O'Reilly's good enough to play those sort of roles if you get those two out the game. If you say to Ramsey and Willock, stick close to Rodri and Bernardo Silva, one of you do each one, then there is a very, very good chance you can stop Manchester City playing. But as soon as it goes wrong, for even the slightest second, that's where they can hurt you. So it's a really difficult one, but you stop Rodri and Bernardo Silva, you've got a great chance of stopping Manchester City.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the team that beat them, play the same way, I suppose. You got Tino was right back then. Hall
that
left
was
back.
difference.
Chow and Shaw was your two centre halves back then. And again, against Haaland, I don't think Haaland's had a sniff with Shaw in the team, if I'm honest with you,
right.
even before we had Chow. Then you had
one
Bruno
game in
Tonali.
9. One goal in 9.
Bruno Tonali and Joe Linton in the middle, with Jacob Murphy right hand side, Woltemade up top, and Harvey Barnes. So, like I say, that was the starting lineup that beat them. So, for me, we listened to Eddie Howe in the presser yesterday morning, and the psychological evolution for me was how Eddie come across, if you like, because he more or less said, it's no longer entering this type of game to try and keep it respectable in the scoreline. It's more of a mind shift towards any team is beatable, was his words. Any team can beat anybody on the day. So as that belief now changed under Newcastle, where before, even now, if you look at all of us, none of us are really expecting to win this. But
excuse me.
Okay, some of us aren't expecting to win this, but it is true. This season, out of every season that I've seen, that's significant. On the day, any team can win.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can you say in there? Gay likes a goal for the Toon.
Couple
of own goals from Gay. Another one to deal do. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think with that, just you mentioned sort of earlier, any team can beat any team on the day. I mean, if you just look at today, like, is Newcastle getting a result against Manchester City any less likely than, Burnley getting one against Chelsea? I'm not sure what Osasuna Real Madrid is now, but I know Osasuna were in the lead. Osasuna won 2-1. So, these kind of results do happen, and you only have to look at the Premier League this season for them to happen more and more regularly. Now, I'm not anticipating Newcastle doing the double over Manchester City in a season anytime soon, but if there's ever a time to do it, it's now, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree, mate. I agree. And like I say, it is an interesting battle. And for me, I do hope. I mean, we're trying to be at our very best, said Eddie Howe. There's no excuses from us. Eddie Howe aims to build on an impressive midweek Champions League victory, says Liam McDevitt. And again, you look at it from where we are. You talk about closing the gap or mind the gap between Man City. We've heard the mind the gap between us and the Mackhams for a very, very long time. So you've got to think about where Manchester City are regarding their trophy cabinet. I mean, it's inevitable. It's massive. It's huge. I watched the Real Madrid game the other night when they beat Benfica. And before the match, you were looking at the trophy cabinet, and the amount of European trophies that was in that cabinet was phenomenal. And you start thinking, when are you ever going to get to that level, or are we ever going to get to that level? Should Eddie Howe, having seen these last few games with that identity, that intensity, back to a degree with a little bit of management as well regarding the team, should that now be kept? Not put away in the locker. Should that not be kept going forward in this final push to try and get European competition again later in the season?
Yeah, absolutely. I think for the rest of the season,
you
can do it. Yeah, you're exactly right.
I've said it for long enough. For me, I am over the moon with pressing football. What we have discovered to our cost is that to do it, you need a bigger and better squad than we've currently got. So do you abandon the press and effectively abandon everything, because that's what we've seen this season to a large degree? Or do you go with it and suffer the consequences? I say go with it and suffer the consequences until you've got the time to build the squad to be able to do it effectively, consistently.
No, you're right. I mean, we are literally 5 minutes away from the kickoff, ladies and gentlemen. So, like I say, we are literally at starters' orders ready for tonight. And it should be, for me, it should be an absolute cracker. So let's have a quick look, and again, I'm going to have to stop the sound on this before I go any further because, unfortunately, copyright and everything else. So you'll see a squiggly line running through the middle of this, and I apologise because I am pausing play literally as we. There you go. We just setting it up so I don't have any sound. So starting 11 for Manchester City: Donnarumma, Nunes, Diaz, Gahey, Aït-Nouri, Rodri, Bernardo Silva, O'Reilly, Semenyo, Marmoush, and Haaland. And on the bench, they've got Trafford, Reinders, Stones, Cherky, Nico, Savino, Kusanov, Foden, and Lewis. I'd like to know how many, not of the first team, but how many on that bench would get into Newcastle side?
Quite a few. Let's be honest. I'm looking at Cherky, Foden, Savino, Reinders, and I'm thinking, all that attacking talent at our disposal.
Yeah, exactly. Can you imagine what it'd be like?
Yeah, I mean, City's second team could probably win this league with the right management and the right coaching. So it doesn't matter what City team turn up; it's always a tough game, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. What's your thoughts, Win?
My first thoughts right now are, it's all right. I think it's changing. I was asking you where you're watching it. I mean, I've got it on my telly, but.
Yeah, they just having a look at some of the old players of Manchester City. They're doing a guard of honour as the players come out. I mean, everybody think they'd won something already at Manchester City at the Etihad. Donnarumma all in pink tonight as their lads come out with their mascots in hand. Oh, the lads have come out in their blue strip, which is interesting. They've come out in that nice Adidas Originals tracksuit, by which I've ordered because I do love it. So, it's another part of my cash cha-ching has gone awry. But, when they come out and you like it, you might as well get it. Looks nice with the blue shorts, I must admit, the new tops. So let's see where we are. And like I say, we'll go through the Newcastle team as well again, just to make sure that everybody is up to date with where we are regarding the Newcastle team. Like I say, Newcastle's team doesn't change much, if I'm honest with you, compared to ours. So we
were actually discussing this on the Thursday night late show, and why should we not play in black and white stripes?
No reason. I mean, to be fair, I thought we would be completely away from the blue strip, if I'm honest with you. I know it's a different blue altogether. You'd probably clash more if you were in that light pink, which you guys were looking at, But I do think. Well, I mean, I'm not worried at all, if I'm honest with you. I just think it's one of those situations you are going to clash with a lot more teams wearing a light colour than you are a darker colour. So it's interesting. Right then, the Newcastle team: Pope, Trippier, Hall, Tonali, Gordon, Chow, Elanga, Woltemade, Willock, Byrne and Ramsey. On the bench, we've got the two keepers, Ruddy and Ramsdale, Joe Linton, Barnes, Asula, Jacob Murphy, Alex Murphy, Shahar and Neve. And I'll tell you something now, I bet Pep's quaking in his boots when we make changes, when he looks at those substitutions compared to his. You can see it, can't you? Right then, there you go. That's the two teams. And like I say, everybody is set up as a 4-3-3. That's what they're doing. PDK's predicted a 2-2 win.
A 2-2.
2-2, mate. Yeah, he's just coming.
And Conor McKenzie, if you're watching, we need yours.
So here we are. It is crunch time at the Etihad. So let's get on to it. Let's get into them, as they say. I'm just going to refresh my screen just so I know I'm up to the same tempo as you two. I can see Pep there sipping on his little watering can. Just giving himself a little bit of liquid hydration before we crack on. We're just waiting for our lot to start. So he does look relaxed, Eddie Howe, I must admit. He doesn't look at all. He's got his He's Monster. I think he's been talking to Win, drinking, looks like an energy drink of some description. We're just waiting for the start of this game, ladies and gentlemen. And if I can say, if you haven't already, smash the likes for us, hit the bell if you want a notification on. Or we've got Thomas Bramble in the middle of the park, so I hope he has a good game, because obviously at the Etihad we don't want to be playing 12 players. They've already got too much of an advantage as it is. And obviously we are, if you haven't already, subscribe, as I said, and that'll help us. If you want to talk to us during the show, obviously wait till half time, and don't throw any spoilers in the chat, please, if you're a little bit in front of us regarding the football, which is potentially always a problem. We have got underway on my TV. I'm just waiting for us to start. So here we go. It looks very much as though Manchester City are, again, on the defensive at the minute, but Newcastle haven't got the ball, but that's a really sloppy play, and Trippier did pick that ball up and try and feed in Ramsey, and luckily for them, it was picked up easily. It's played into Semenyo. Again, the press is there from Newcastle and Louis Hall, but it's easy for Manchester City now try and break away. The ball's played by Semenyo, but again, no blue player of Newcastle around that ball. Out Neary now down that left-hand side with a little bit of space. Plays it inside now with Silva. Again, just Newcastle sitting about 5 yards away from their own penalty box. The ball with Mark Gay now. He's under a bit of pressure from Ramsey. And again, Mark Gay goes over with a little nudge in the back to say, have a bit of Newcastle from Ramsey. Ball now back with Silva. And just waiting. Newcastle, again, no press from Newcastle. It does look like Anthony Gordon is the one up top with Willock on the left-hand side, out of the ball anyway. So it does very much look like a 4-5-1 as we speak, with Anthony Gordon up top, Willock on the left-hand side, and say Woltemade sitting in that left space. Ball over the top for Manchester City. They played it through the middle. Malik Chow gets his boot to it, and it's out for a corner. Early corner for Manchester City. And we will be into that one in a minute. And like I say, the lads...
I'm still behind at the minute because I'm watching it home.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said. We will be all over the place at the minute. I'm just going to try and refresh mine again so we're all up in sync. Just going to see this corner through. Manchester City throw the ball into the box, headed clear to O'Reilly from Hall. And again, O'Reilly struggling to get it under control, and it is tapped forward, but unfortunately not in the direction of a dark blue shirt. And Dan Burn just skies a clearance there, under pressure again from Silva, who keeps hold of the ball. Silva gives it out to O'Reilly, who's come across onto this right-hand side, and then Dan Burn gets a toe onto it and takes it out of play for another corner. It seems, like I said, it's always going to be that first 10 or 15 minutes for Newcastle to try and get a grip of this game. It's never going to be an easy one. Ball does come back, though, to Silva from the corner, from the short corner. Again, he's gone past Willock. Gordon does come back there again. Deflection off Gordon. And again, first 4 minutes, it's still 0-0, but it is all on the attack and defensive line for Newcastle. What's your thoughts, Win?
Well, under the cosh at the minute, obviously, you know, but we've never been in their half yet. So another. I'm on 305, and it's another corner to them.
Yeah, you're just behind me then, aren't you? Ball comes, like I say, out to Nunes, back into Rodri, who tries to force the ball out to Silva again, clipped up towards Marmoush and Haaland, cleared by Chow, falls to Hall on the edge of the box, but again he's beaten by Semenyo, gets the ball into the box, but it's behind Marmoush and Haaland, but it does come to Ait Nouri on that left-hand side, back into Rodri now, and the ball coming through into back to Nunes now. Again, Diaz playing in that little pocket of space, but the ball has come to Newcastle now with Woltemade on that left-hand side, out to Willock, hugging this touchline, feeds the ball back to Louis Hall. It's Newcastle now, they've got the ball. And Burn goes all the way back to Popey, the keeper. Chow to Trippier. Inside to Ramsey, who's dropped in deep. Tonali makes a great run just in front of him. Puts the ball over the top to try and get Elanga running, but didn't quite shape the ball correctly. And it's a throw-in to Manchester City. Great idea. Again, just drawing Manchester City into a little bit of a pocket and then trying to get the ball over the top for them to run onto. I'm on 4 minutes 45 at the moment. I don't know whether everybody else is on the same thing.
4:32, I'm behind you.
Again, Woltemade gets that ball back from pass from Trippier. Keeps control with Lewis Hall now going back to Dan Burn. Again, Manchester City on the press. Mamouche closing down Chow. He's giving it to Trippier. Trippier trying to find the ball through to Anthony Gordon, who does well to retrieve that ball, to be fair. Now running down that right-hand side without Nori. There's nobody to aim for. And again, you look at Woltemade there just jogging towards the box. And that to me is something where, we've got to be a bit better at. We can't just jog into the box. You've got to be really breaking your neck to get into there, to get on the end of that.
I've just watched that and all. Yeah, bang on.
That's the crucial thing for me. You just need some. I mean, look at him. I mean, he's not even trying to get into the box there. And that's, this is what annoys me when you hear people say, "Well, he's never going to get crosses for them." That's what you've got to will. You've got to want that.
Look at it.
He's just played a blind ball into the box there, you see, and that's what I said. I understood what Gordon was trying to do, and well done, Ramsey there, tracking back on Semenyo to pick that ball up. Hall now on the halfway line again turns back to face the defenders, gives it to Burn, who throws it across to Chow, and we are trying to just get that ball under control, if you like, and say draw Manchester City on a little bit, and then see where we go. It's back with Popey, who again plays it out to Malik Chow, and it's another 5-yard pass out again to Trippier, who again dawdles a little bit, and he allows O'Reilly on and press him. Ball down the line to Elanga. Gets a little tap on the heel, and it's a free kick by Aït-Nouri on Elanga. Bit of instructions there from Pep. I don't know what that was. It was something to get in and under. Ball over the top again for Willock to try and get on past Nunes. Again, he does well. He gets shouldered, and he's asking the referee for a decision. And the referee has, again, gone with the Manchester City player because it was 50-50, if I'm honest with you. It looked like Nunes was always going to come back on that one. And a little shove on the shoulder, and Willock goes down. Again, you can see there's 4-man press here from Newcastle, so they aren't allowing them to come out easy. So this is going to be an interesting one. Again,
I've just seen the foul on Willock.
Yeah, it's a bit crazy, wasn't it? Ball launched up towards Haaland, who can't control under a bit of pressure from Dan Burn. And the ball's out of play for a throw-in.
Yeah, I've been in touch.
Ball now with Hall again. He tries to go square across to Trippier, and Trippier does get his head to it, but again can only head it back into the Manchester City half. And Nunes picking the ball up, and Donnarumma now getting hold of that ball. Diaz and Gahey dropping literally in line with the 6-yard box. Anthony Gordon trying to sneak in around the corner to get something from that. And again, Haaland just taken out there by Dan Burn. But the referee, again, has not really... What's the referee asking for here? Because there was a little bit of everything on Haaland there. And then Haaland does that to Dan Burn. So, I mean, it isn't... I mean, there is I suppose the first foul was on Haaland, if you're going to be, a neutral. Dan Burn got a yellow card for that. So that was an easy yellow. Again, it's typical of Manchester City at the Etihad, if I'm honest with you.
You're not going to get... Sorry, I didn't realise I was mute. You're not going to get any favours there. He did have his arm around him, to be fair.
Yeah, he did. He did. Ball has come to Silva, who's dropped a little deeper. to try and move the ball left to right. Again, Diaz now picking the ball up deep and running into a little pocket of space and then going on the diagonal, but that's aimed at nobody in particular. And the ball is out of play in line with the penalty area of Newcastle for a Newcastle throw-in. It's been a little bit frustrating, if I'm going to say the words. But again, we want to keep them quiet for the first 10 or 15 minutes. A nice turn or try or attempt from Woltemade. But again, Newcastle lose the ball in the defensive third there from Woltemade, and it's allowed them now to play in that left-hand channel. O'Reilly and Silva just trying to play a ball round the corner, but Dan Burn fires it at Haaland. It comes back towards Woltemade, and again, the ball falls to a light blue shirt. Dan Burn gets himself involved with Semenyo there, blocks that shot, and again, it's Mamouche trying to get something, but leaves a little bit on Hall, and that's going to be a free kick to Newcastle deep in the corner of Newcastle half. Again, it was a poor first touch from Mamouche, to be fair.
But I'm
just waiting for this ball to get back in play. Eddie Howe's not particularly happy. Apologies at the minute. We are a little bit not synced, is the word, because our usual visual experience has gone down at the minute. So we're all working off different times, and I apologise on that one.
Yeah, I'm back in it now. I think I'm a little bit ahead of where you are, but I promise there'll be no spoilers on my end.
Cool.
and I'm behind. So.
Yeah, so and I'm in the middle, so that's all right. I'm just going to watch your face then, Michael, if I see anything go, oh dear, I know what's coming. Ball is with Manchester City again in the Newcastle half. Rodri now picking the ball up from O'Reilly. Goes out on the left-hand side to Ait-Nouri, back to Silva. Again, Silva seems to be the one working that line very well, left to right, ball over into the diagonal from Ait-Nouri, but it wasn't a great ball. Ball thrown out from Pope to Hall. Hall again down the line to Willett, but he's got nowhere to go with Núñez literally on his back. Ball comes inside to Woltemade. Tonali now. Not really had much chance of getting the ball. It's a dodgy ball, that from Tonali, out to Trippier. And now Riley wins the ball back. Again, all the way back to Ait-Nouri. Now Gueye. Diaz now. Again, Manchester City just trying to work the line. Manchester City just trying to be patient, drawing Newcastle away from this 4-5-1 situation. Ball again on the diagonal, looking for that ball over on this right-hand side with Núñez and Semenyo. But again, it's a really poor ball, if I'm honest with you, from Manchester City. And that is gone out of play for a Newcastle throw-in. Deep in the Newcastle half. So again, it is one of those situations where when Newcastle get the ball, they're under pressure straight away from Manchester City, and we've seen that there is very little time that Newcastle have in and around the ball. So we've got to be better of those cross-field passes when we go square across our defensive line.
Yeah, it's really not good enough. Every time we try and go forward, City just get it back straight away.
With O'Reilly on the left-hand side. O'Reilly's got Haaland. He has a shot. O'Reilly scores. Down to that right-hand side of Nick Pope again. It was too easy for Manchester City from the clearance. The ball comes back, and it's again 2-on-2 scenario. And the ball, they overload on the left-hand side. O'Reilly does well to play the ball and then just keep running, and we get attracted to the ball. We leave an easy diagonal ball out on that inside left position. And to be fair, O'Reilly does finish it really well down to Nick Pope's right-hand side. But again, I thought that was really poor, allowing us to get 2-2. And then, like I say, he runs off, and I don't know what happens there, but we give him far too much time in and around the D to get a shot off. Chow gets Trippier gets pulled in, which opens up the space on that right-hand side of the D when you're looking up the field of play. Should Trippier have followed the ball there rather than the player, rather than actually follow the marker and the man?
I think it's one of those where he does probably the right thing even in hindsight, because he's trying. Let's be honest, it's a 2v2. He's trying to stop where the ball is. The ball shouldn't really get through to O'Reilly in the first place. Chow doesn't anticipate Trippier coming over, so he doesn't stretch the run. It's an awkward one, but I don't think either's at fault. It's just far too easy overall.
I just went to get a rescue dog as well. I thought I'm going to be proactive again because it's worked 3 weeks on the trot.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, he put it away well on 15 minutes. To be fair, we are literally
that all stemmed from that sort of nothing header from Tonali that went straight to them. And, we're back to those huddles in the middle of the park where they are coming away with the ball instead of us coming away with the ball.
Yeah, the most home goals in the Premier League since 2016-17. 500 goals now Manchester City have got at home.
I think 200 of them have been against us.
Yeah, probably. Rodri now picks the ball up on that left-hand side. Again, running centrally, gives the ball back to Gay. Again, Newcastle deploy this really deep line on the edge of the box. Gay now goes square. Diaz. Again, allowed to drive forward. There's a ball out from Ramsey, and there's a chance now for Anthony Gordon to get in on Gay, and he's got through into the box. Gay now. Anthony Gordon gets it back onto his right foot, gives himself half a yard. There's a shot. It's saved by Donnarumma. It's only come out to Tonali, though. And Newcastle still in possession here with Hall. Back to Tonali. Manchester City trying to regroup and get into a good position. And again, Memento has shifted back to Dan Burn. Malik Chow now. Opportunity there for Newcastle, guys.
Yeah, good opportunity.
Yeah, I was starting to think Gordon should have squared it, but as soon as he gets that space, the right thing to do is shoot, isn't it? So he makes the right choice. It's a decent save, but it's not going to trouble a goalkeeper like Donnarumma.
And nobody following up.
No.
Yeah, nobody in that middle again following up and taking a gamble. You're right. Ball now with Marmouche down that left-hand side again. Manchester City just seem to be able to break, and there's a shot which Popey parries, and then the rebound falls to Semenyo, who can't get anything of quality on that, and it's through to Popey, who now can calm things down. But again, the out ball on that left-hand side, again, Trippier trying to get back into shape. He comes on inside onto his right foot, throws his laces through it. And I was looking at this one to see if he actually got anything on the ball, Aït-Nouri. And it didn't look as though he got much on the ball there, did he?
No, he goes through the back of Ramsey, slide tackle. Whether it's in the box or not, it would probably go to VAR. But for me, he doesn't get any of the ball. He goes through Ramsey. So, why wasn't there a bit more of an uproar about that from us?
Yeah, I mean, Ramsey just got up and got on with it, to be fair. And I mean, I have respect for that, but I think there was a little bit more in that than met the eye, if I'm honest with you.
You don't get it if you don't ask.
That's exactly right. Willock now running over the halfway line, sees the opportunity to try and play Gordon in behind. But again, the shape of the ball wasn't there with the instep of his foot. And that goes through to Donnarumma. Diaz now picks the ball up just outside his own penalty area, gives it back to Donnarumma, who, again, just happy to try and shape this ball into O'Reilly, who's come deep, plays the ball first time out to Aït-Nouri. And again, Aït-Nouri happy to go all the way back to Donnarumma.
Well, I think the shape right now proves that it's Gordon up front.
Yeah, I mean, oh dear, what you're doing, Burn. You can't do that, son. Ball over the top there. Dan Burn literally leaves it for some unknown reason. Ball now inside for Rodri to get on the end of, and Ramsey just clears the lines, and it's out for a corner to Manchester City. At the minute, boys, it looks like there's going to be only one goal next, and it's not going to be for us.
No, I was saying before, last 30 minutes at the Etihad, the last three games have been 2-0 down, 3-0 down, and 3-0 down. It looks like we're going to join that, unfortunately, again today. but it's not over yet. It's only 20 minutes in. Things can change.
Yeah.
That's
You're
as
right,
positive as
Silva.
I'm getting.
Yeah, Silva now with this corner and going short again to O'Reilly. Out back to Silva, who dinks it towards that backstick, and Haaland. Pope comes and gets something on it, but again, can't keep it from going out for another corner. Unreal pressure, this from Manchester City. But again, some of their passes inside the box haven't been brilliant, I must admit.
We're on, guys.
Fab, I'm going to refresh then while we have a break on here. We've got Willock passes the ball out to Elanga on that right-hand side. Elanga running direct at Manchester City, and there's a chance of a corner here. It is. Let's all get together then on...
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah. And there you go. We are on. Again, from another corner. This is going to be Tonali. We are 21-17 as we speak now, so I'm probably up in time with you guys in Viewerland. So again, sorry about the slight problems we've had. Tonali into the box too. Didn't
Not
really
good enough,
beat,
that.
but it's come out to Hall. Can you has a shot? He has a shot! It's a goal! Louis Hall!
Come
What a goal! Get in, lad! The ball...
The rescue dog does the business.
It looks like there was a deflection there down to the left-hand side of Donnarumma. It seemed to take forever to go over that line, but it does it in the end, and it's 1-1. Come on!
Come on.
Bit of good fortune for Newcastle there, but it's Lewis Hall. What have we said for weeks, months? Take shots from outside the box and you might just get lucky. Newcastle have done exactly that. But there is 3 players standing in an offside position as the ball is going through. Are they gonna say that unsight's Donnarumma? It's at the Etihad, so
Well, that's 6 yards away. Surely not.
I'm not changing the score until I know.
Well done. That's what I want to see. I mean, like I say, you're absolutely right. We've been screaming at Louis Hall to have a go when he picks those balls up. And it seems, and again, we go back to the Bruno scenario. You know, Bruno is always in that pocket of space, always wanting the ball. And we have sometimes just passed the ball square 5-10 yards. So, well done. Newcastle get back into the game in the 22nd minute. Donnarumma now with the ball. He goes long this time up towards Haaland. Heads on towards Semenyo, and Hall just getting his body in between body and ball. And again, it's a goal kick to Newcastle. He's not very happy looking at Pep now at the minute. Having to start this all over again, I suppose. But it was a good shot, to be fair, from Hall. Kept it good, kept it low, and again, if there's bodies in front of the keeper, like we've seen so many times against us, slightest deflections and you're planted, aren't you? Again, Pope goes long, and it's half cleared by Manchester City, and again, in a quadrant of light blue and dark blue shirts, and it's Ramsey who gets his toe to it, and it's out for a throw into Manchester City, and back to Donnarumma from the throw-in. Again, no press on him this time. But Willock is the one that is pushing high up the field of play to try and press Manchester City and going long, which is what they've done. Haaland sees the ball back to Núñez, now with Diaz again, back to Donnarumma. So literally it's gone back the where it come from. Let's see what happens this time. Donnarumma again, setting up to go long. Donnarumma does go long. Chow this time gets hold of the ball. Tonali faced up by 2 light blue shirts. Ball comes back from Trippier to Dan Burn. Again, more hope that one than judgment. Chow, Hall, back on that square diagonal to Trippier. Down the line to Elanga, who touches it inside. Trying to look for Willock.
Yeah, tried the first time. Was all right.
Yeah.
Didn't come off.
Now we've got Marmouche on the inside left position with a chance of a shot. But Louis Hall there gets his body in line with that one. And Dan Burn gets the header clear. But again, it's only come to a light blue shirt of Manchester City with Silva again now with Rodri. Rodri picks the ball up on the inside right position, the deepest midfielder at the minute. Diaz up to Silva, back to Diaz, square now to Rodri, who again, there's a half press from Newcastle. Gay out tight Nori on that left-hand side. Again, back to Gay on the halfway line. Again, Newcastle just seem to be happy for Manchester City to play football in and around them, trying to keep this shape and keep the tightness in that passing line. Yeah. Well, it's a 4-5-1 win, as you can see. The 4 at the back have gone narrow, and it's the 5 in front of them.
Well, no, it's 5 at the back.
I really don't like this, though. When we
I don't like it either.
You're just asking for something bad to happen.
They're just asking for a bit of magic, aren't you? And City are capable, sadly, of finding them.
Oh, it's a good ball. In and behind with Haaland now. Dinks it towards that back stick. And again, it's a goal. And there's Joe Riley again at the back stick.
That was easy.
It's simple. It's so simple. What are you doing, lads?
A rare assist for Mr. Haaland.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah. So easy, though, for them, wasn't it? Newcastle just sat back and said, you know what? Do whatever you want. If you're gonna play one in behind, Haaland can run. We're not going to track it. And then a late runner in O'Reilly, easy header, cross goal, 2-1 City.
Yeah, but again, it's O'Reilly just playing in that half space again. Who's the one who's looking at that?
5 in the back lane there.
Yeah, we all get stuck towards the line. It's a good ball from Semenyo. Hall comes in to try and block that pass. And again, it's just a jink across the 6-yard box, and it's just on a plate for O'Reilly just to head it back across Pope into the far corner. But they should have read that, Newcastle. That's just poor defending, if I'm honest with you.
That's shock. The 5 in the back line, and there's only 2 of them doing anything. 3 of them are marking fresh air.
Well, the problem is it's Hall's movement. Yeah, Hall's diagonal run, if I'm honest with you, coming inside, that allows that pocket of space to open up in between him and I think it's Ramsey on that left-hand side in the left back position when we set up. And again, not really able to do anything, but he's got the time just to turn and dink it into the box. And that's always a danger. You know, you've just got to have the runners running on, and Manchester City had the runners.
Yeah, the annoying thing is you could see it coming though. We literally just standing there and asking Man City to do something. And I can forgive switching off when you know, high octane. Oh, he's just got behind us. I was sprinting back though. That sort of style. But when you literally 10 men behind the ball and that happens, it's unforgivable even against these.
Yeah, absolutely. But these are the guys that punish you, aren't they? You know, you can get away with it against certain teams. You don't get away with stuff like that against, you know, the elite teams.
No, no.
Rodri again being the tempo king. And again, there was a little bit left on Nunes there from Hall. We do look a little bit light in midfield, though, I must admit. That is the problem for me. There's not enough challenges going in. Just too easy for the lads in midfield to play.
No, 100%. But I noticed just showing the replay of that goal there as well. Malik Chow actually comes out of the space that Riley ends up taking up, and he ends up getting a shove in the back. So, you know, there's no way he's ever going to get. He wasn't going to get there anyway, so it doesn't dictate play. But he's on his bottom by the time the header goes on, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, absolutely. Hall again now, again down this left-hand side. Semenyo gets a touch, and it's out for a Newcastle throw-in. Ball goes back to Dan Burn from the throw-in, who goes on the diagonal, looking to seek out Trippier, heads it forward into space for Willett now to turn and look for the diagonal ball out to Ramsey on this left-hand side. Ramsey now looking for Nunes. Ball into the box. Come on, boys!
Come on!
Headed towards the corner. Rodri just puts it up in the air, and that's just easy for Donnarumma to pick out of the sky.
That's the issue, isn't it, when we're putting those floated crosses in? There's only Woltemade, who's, I believe, over 6 foot, and he was nowhere. I don't think he was anywhere near it. So City are going to win those headers more often than not.
Malik Chow does well there on Marmoush. The ball from Willock now to Ramsey on the edge of the box. Ramsey out to Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon gets it onto his right foot. Has a shot at goal, but again, it's too easy for Donnarumma. It's straight down his throat.
Great, Adam.
But it's another shot on target.
There must have been some power in it, though, because he couldn't get a hold of it, even though it was down his throat.
Yeah, Semenyo out now to Silva. Again, Silva's everywhere, isn't he? He's that live wire for Manchester City. Ball now in with Rodri's feet, back to Donnarumma. And it's Tonali now on the half press to Donnarumma. And again, it's so easy for Manchester City just to play with Ait-Nouri down that left-hand side. But that's a poor ball from Rodri. And it's out of throw in.
It's a rare one.
It is. But it proves that even the elite do it. It's nice to know they're only human, buddy. Oh, Tonali's stopped a little bit here. I don't know what's happening. Tonali's down, holding onto his knee. Yeah, as if he's had a collision of some sorts on the front of his knee.
Hopefully it didn't go during that press, because as you were saying, he was the furthest man forward. If he's extended it even the littlest a bit, it could impact them. And I think Donnarumma's gone over, so I'd imagine Donnarumma might have caught him, because it's very rare. I know they're Italian teammates, but it's very rare you see a goalkeeper come out like that to take a look at an opposition player.
Yeah, exactly. I'm
He's
surprised the referees allowed him to stay down there when he could have walked off the field of play, if I'm honest with you. So fair play to him.
Yeah, he must have heard that we're usually 2 goals down by this point, and he's thought, oh, you know what, we'll give them a bit of mercy. We'll give them a bit of a break to recoup, because I would have took 2-1 at this point, to be honest, given how it's been in the past.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, there's question marks across everything at the moment. Like I say, we look good in the offensive side of things at times. We just look a little bit on the off it when it comes to defending. And like you say, you guys were calling it literally before they scored. It doesn't look great when we just sat watching the ball with no press there.
Absolutely not. Too many players just very static. And then Haaland making the run in behind. Don't be wrong, it's a good run. He's an elite striker. That's kind of what you've got to expect. But one ball gets them in behind, and then a second cross. Within 2 passes, the ball's in the back of the net. And that'll be what frustrates Eddie Howe the most, because it's so simple.
Yeah, so Sandro is off the field of play for this Newcastle throw-in. So Newcastle down for 10 men for the foreseeable. Ball thrown in towards Anthony Gordon. The ball's bounced over. Can it go to Ramsey? No, it can't. It's cleared by Gay to the halfway line. And again, Newcastle allowing the ball to bounce. Haaland tries to get the ball over the top of Dan Burn. Dan Burn manages to get back and put something on the ball, but it has fallen now. Oh, it's a free kick to Newcastle.
Not sure what happened there.
No, I don't know. No, nor me. Chow has say he got something in the face there.
Oh,
yes,
elbow.
there you go.
Right on the nose.
Elbow, right on the nose, yeah. Not a nice one.
Yeah, he'll have a bit of a sweller on that in the morning.
Yeah, again, everybody always calls, don't they? Physio's doing more work than some of the players, if I'm honest. He's back up.
Yeah, just saying there as well. Malik Chow, obviously, remember, he's one of the ones that won't play for certain on Tuesday. So even if he went off with a little bit of a knock, we wouldn't see him till the weekend.
No, exactly. What's going on here? Malik Chow is still asking questions, and it's like he's got to go off for blood treatment, or I don't know what's happening here, but there's a number of questions.
It's got, well, presumably
because the referee called the physio on, not the player, right? And because he called the physio on, the rules of the game now means that you've got to leave the field of play for 30 seconds, even though Malik Chow didn't ask for it. He was just obviously making sure. Yeah. And he's saying, no, get off the field of play because the physios have been on. And yet he wasn't asking for the physio. So that to me is a bit harsh, if I'm honest with
No,
you.
Well,
I will say though, if refs did wait,
Yeah, he did.
if refs did wait for the player to ask for the physio, would be in some pretty bad situations most of the time. So
Yeah.
I can see why the refs done that. But
Ball now goes long from Pope to the edge of the box. It's Dan Burn who's picked it up. Semenyo heads it clear. Again, Tonali just trying to get it back into the danger zone. And Manchester City just hoof it down into the corners of the Newcastle half. And again, like I said, I think sometimes we don't do enough of that, lads. Just clear your lines, get your shape back, and then go and attack then in that final third. We seem to, try and play ourselves out of trouble sometimes, where just getting your foot through the laces of the ball and clearing your line sometimes to get your head back in line is the way out.
Yeah, 100%.
Ball goes down the line. Again, it's forced forward by Manchester City. And again, falls with Gay just on the halfway line, goes lung over the top, and Marmoush gets it under control first time. He's got to be offside here. And O'Reilly, he's in coming late, swings a boot at it, and the referee and linesman kept it like his line flagged down. So somebody must have been, it was Malik Chow, I think.
Oh, I don't know. That would have been offside.
I'm not sure, Well, at least we're never going to find out.
Well, like I say, it's a goal kick, so that could have been a hat-trick in the first 36 minutes. Somebody I wouldn't have put my money on for scoring tonight, if I'm honest with you.
No, absolutely not. But it tells you where the weakness is for Newcastle when he's popping up with 3 or 4 good chances.
Yeah, that right-hand side. As we said, they're going to isolate Trippier and Chow, and it looks like that's what they're doing. Again, Chow with a diagonal ball gives it to the halfway line to Hall. Hall down the line to Ramsey. Again, the line is blocked from Nunez, and again, it's a poor ball from 5 yards from Lewis Hall that takes it out of play for a Manchester City throw-in.
Yeah, got to be much tidier in possession, haven't we? If we're going to get anything from this game, already 2-1 down, you're not going to get an equaliser by passing it out of play from 5 yards. But we're seeing it enough this season.
Again, ball.
How long is he going to take?
From Nunez now. Again, trying to pick up this ball and throw it down towards Semenyo. Again, he's got so much time to bring that ball under control with nobody anywhere near him, to be fair. Gives it into Ait-Nouri now on that left-hand side. Again, on the corner of the penalty area. Lovely little ball from Ait-Nouri to find Semenyo. Semenyo trying to drive the ball across, but Pope sees the danger and gets that one cut out.
Out of Willock and Ramsey, who's on what side? Because I swear they're switching every time. I mean, we've got the ball here.
Elanga with a ball over to Gordon. Gordon manages to get his foot to it. But again, can't really do a turn on it. Gives it out to Willock. Willock with a shot on the outside. Oh! I thought that was just blinding Donnarumma there, but the shape of the ball was going to go inside the post.
It was going
Donnarumma
in,
gets him down. Yeah, good angles from the keeper. Great ball from Elanga.
Well done, Elanga, yeah.
Again, Willock looks as though he was going to go square. Really. Yeah, it looked like he was going to square the ball, to be fair, to give the eyes to the keeper and tries a little bit of a reverse into that far corner. And Donnarumma was having none of it. But, I mean, he's a big lad to try and beat there, Donnarumma, to be fair.
It bounces just in front of the keeper, just how you want it, really, if it's not going to go top corner. So you can see what he was trying to do, just no one following through, and Donnarumma held it. So good keeping.
Yeah, absolutely. Ball back to Diaz, and now Silva, who's dropped into Rodri's position. Again, he's been the live wire for Manchester City. He's played himself everywhere, to be fair. Ball out now to Nunez, down this right-hand side. Nunez trying to find the perfect ball for Marmoush, but it's gone all the way through to Ait-Nouri on that left-hand side. Back to Silva. Around about 35 yards out, Rodri with a little dink into the box. And Dan Burn can just get a toe to it, try and get something on the ball. And the ball now is out for a throw into Manchester City, in line with the 6-yard box.
Elanga then should have been up with it, Nouri. When he got onto that loose ball that went over the top.
There's a couple switching off at times, isn't there? Ball into Silva's feet, back out to Nunez. Now Silva again picking the ball up. A little bit of a give and go there from Manchester City. Rodri now Again, playing the orchestra from the back there, the conductor. Gay again just takes it past Elanga, plays it out to Nuri. Back into Rodri, who's made a lovely run. Ball now out to O'Reilly. O'Reilly's just played it in towards Haaland. It beats Dan Burn, and Woltemade again sees an opportunity to try and get Anthony Gordon behind Diaz. Anthony Gordon now round the back of Anthony. Round, it's got to be a yellow card.
At least a yellow.
It's got to be a yellow card.
Last man.
Because he was wide as well, so he's not going to get more than a yellow card. But I mean, that was lucky for Manchester City because he's taken one for the team there because he'd beaten him all hands down there.
Yeah, good play by Gordon, getting down the wing.
Good play by Woltemade, the ball out.
Yeah, cracking ball out from Woltemade. Yeah. Hopefully we can get something from this because that's what Manchester City deserve now. A little bit of bad luck in front of their goal. Referee just delaying Louis Hall's taking. Well, Tonali's come over now and he's just marking out his line for the defenders. Again, lots to aim at.
Got the Air Force there.
Yeah, exactly. But there's also a lot of height in the Manchester City penalty area. So let's see where this goes from Tonali. Again, it's got to be precision. Where are we going to go with this one? Puts his arm up as that run. Play ball into the box. That's a great get in! Big Dunban! 42 minutes gone. Oh, he's offside. He's offside. I want to have a look at this again. This is typical. That looked like a quality ball.
It was nice for a couple of seconds. Yeah, he's off.
Yeah, he's off. He gets pushed.
Offside, man.
Yeah, he gets pushed. Literally offside. But it's a great ball from Tonali. That is superb ball. Dan Burn does everything right. Gets the slightest touch of it. Donnarumma comes out like Superman. Nowhere near it.
Unlucky from Newcastle, but Burns pushed into an offside position, so not much you can do there.
Yeah, you're lucky, Diaz, because it was Diaz who pushed him. And that was, I'm going to say, I would have argued the toss on that one. If you're going to be fair. Ball out of play for Newcastle throwing on the halfway line. Eddie Howe with his magic bic. Multicoloured bic on the sidelines there. I wonder what colour he puts down the no goods. Is he a red man or is he a green man?
Can't be red. Nothing
Back
red on Tyneside, surely.
Yeah. Out to Dan Burn now. Hall again under pressure from Semenyo, who wins the ball back. Semenyo into Rodri, into Haaland, back to Rodri. Again, Newcastle, every time they get on the press, don't look as though they can cope with the pressure of Manchester City. And the ball is being given back to a light blue shirt. Louis Hall, again, doing his best to try and win that ball. And he does well in the end, Louis Hall. Comes out with the ball. Woltemade.
Go.
Ramsey. There's a chance with Elanga now down the left-hand side. Elanga now. Faced up by Gay. Elanga comes to the edge of the box. Squares it onto Anthony Gordon. Again, trying to knit himself a new jumper. But he can't get through. Multitude of light blue shirts. And it's through with Donnarumma.
Yeah, wrong choice there for me. 4 players there.
Totally agree.
Run straight through the middle of them. There's players getting up to support. Whether he got a shout or not, I don't know. But it's showing the
good ball into Semenyo from Haaland. Again, looking to go square to Marmoush. And again, I don't know who's covering Marmoush here, but at the minute, he's getting the better of Trippier. If it's Trippier, Rodri now. Squared again to Nunes, who's playing in that 6 role now, Nunes. Gahey now has come to have a play. Silva. Mamouche, back to Silva. Back out to Rodri. Again, just looking at angles. Goes to Mark Gahey. Gahey now gives it into Silva. Rodri, Gahey, Silva. These 3 just literally asking Newcastle questions.
Haaland,
up to Marmoush. Feeds it into Haaland. He's got 2 or 3
Wow.
blue shirts. He still has a shot. And it's just wide of Pope's right-hand post.
How has Haaland got that much space?
He's just swatting off anyone that comes near him. So
yeah,
strong.
he's a powerhouse, isn't he? Yeah, powerhouse.
Sandro tried to sort of get
Yeah, but
shoulder to shoulder
I'm
to
on
him
about
and nowhere
before
near.
that millisecond. When he was stood there waiting for the ball, why was someone not nearer him than they were?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, it was, you could see what he was trying to do. 5 minutes added on, guys, in the chat and those listening on DOB radio. Thank you for being with me. Like I say, whenever you get the opportunity, do smash the like button for us. And again, School of Pope kicking goes straight out of play for a throw into Manchester City. The ball now just waiting to get back into play from Nunes down on this right-hand side towards the halfway line. Goes long, looking for Marmoush, but Hall does well to get that ball into Trippier. Now the ball to Willock, under pressure from Rodri. Again, can only go back to Trippier. Tonali, back into Willock. Willock now over the top, trying to get out of Elanga and Gordon there, but there was far too much on that, and it's straight through to Donnarumma.
All it needs.
I mean, just needed a little. Yeah, exactly. Just needed a little lift over the top, and it was there, wasn't it?
So poor. Let's sit here and hold on to it for the next 5 minutes, aren't they?
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Shadows again for 5 minutes. Donnarumma now, again, looking for movement in front of him. Fires it down, but it's straight at Hall, who gives it into Ramsey. Ramsey, again, under pressure from Semenyo, and it's easily won by Semenyo. Hall tries to get it back, but again, it's Rodri back to Diaz. Now forward, now to O'Reilly, who's literally opening that centre circle out to Nuri now on that left-hand side.
Where's
again the light blue shirts?
Elanga?
Backwards.
There he is.
Now with Elanga. There you go. That's the one.
Found him.
Yeah,
he's like Waldo. He turns up in one place.
Indeed.
That's not where you want him.
But he's just not following it Nuri at all. Nuri's his man.
No.
I mean, to be fair, he's not supporting Trippier at all in this first half. And again, look at the space Marmoush has got here from 30 yards. There's a shot! Oh, again, just skims past the right-hand post of Pope. It's a great hit from Marmoush. It looked all the world that was going into the back of the net. Where's the marking again, lads?
It's further away than we thought, to be fair, but he looks like scoring every time he gets the ball, Marmoush, against us, doesn't he? Honestly, if they do sell him back to somewhere in Europe for 30 million, I'll be the happiest man on earth, because every time he plays against us, he looks like he's going to get a hat-trick.
Yeah, it's scary, mate. You're absolutely right.
Let's talk about Marmoush being available for 30 million.
That's what it was in the January window. That's what they were saying, eh? That would have snapped someone's hand off. I imagine it's more like when Shirky was apparently going for 18 and he went for 38.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's what the journals were saying in the winter.
Lewis Hall now with the ball square to Trippier, who heads it back to Pope. Again, Pope just throwing it back out to Trippier. And again, Trippier has to go long towards Elanga, who controls it well with the ball over the shoulder, to be fair. Again,
very well.
Tonali with the ball out to this left-hand side now with
ball
Ramsey.
go.
Hall goes on the outside.
Oh, he's offside.
Oh, he's offside. You shouldn't be offside there, lad. Not the best performance from Ramsey or Willock, to be fair, in this first half.
No, I can forgive him for that one, though, because that was really tight. But overall, neither of them have been good enough, and I think that tells you them rotating which side they're on, and Nico O'Reilly's been running the midfield alongside Rodri, so that tells you everything about the two next to Tonali, who's been decent, to be fair.
Yeah. I mean, I'm quite happy with Willock going on his merry way, but we do look a little bit light in the midfield at times. The ball finish from Trippier out towards Tonali, who heads it on towards Gordon. It's over the head from Diaz, picked up again by Willock, who goes again trying to play a hook ball when the ball to Trippier was the best one. 3-on-2 now. 3-on-2. With Rodri, it's Marmoush on the left-hand side, comes back onto his right foot. He hits the hand, but Pope saves it. It would have been a handball, I would have thought, anyway.
Yeah, well done by, I think it's Malik Chow who gets a toe on it, comes back off Marmoush and he gets a shot away anyways, but I think without that touch, Marmoush probably gets it under control and doesn't give Nick Pope any chance.
Tonali to Trippier, back to Tonali, out to Elanga, down the line again to Tonali. Again, who's being held by, I think, Ait Nouri there, who's holding back, but the referee's given Newcastle nothing at all. And it's half-time at the Etihad. It's Manchester City 2, Newcastle 1. Lots of question marks on a few, to be fair.
Yeah, 100%. There's a few players who definitely haven't put in good performances. There's some that have been sort of, a level above. But if you'd said we'd still be in it at half-time, given we're record, I know I've already said this, but I would have took it. So I'm not too unhappy.
Yeah, you're right. I think, like I say, there's still something to play for in the second half at the end of the day, and that's what you've got to ask yourself. Keep it tight. I still think there's 2 goals there that shouldn't have never come. It's just been sloppy for both goals.
Yeah, very, very sloppy, and as we say,
very unlucky with the offside for Dan Burn.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's one of those, when someone's pushed into an offside position, they still score, and then it's offside. There's got to be, you can't make a rule for that kind of thing, but it's really, really harsh on the goal scorer, isn't it? And you do see it. So not every game, obviously, but fairly often for the actual situation it is. So there's got to be something where you can sort of penalise the defender, because it's not enough of a push for a foul, but it's very tactical, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. Like I say, there's a lot do it now within the Premier League. Try and get players offside as the ball is kicked. But again, this is, for me, when you're the height of Dan Burn, the problem is you're trying to get yourself space. You know you're going to get held. And that's why you're reliant, I think, on your players around you that aren't contending for the ball to come and stand in between you and the defender, just to allow that space to occur naturally, let's just say.
Where are we? I mean, I know it's Man City we're playing and not Spurs or Karabakh, but we aren't playing anywhere near as well as we have done against Spurs and Karabakh. Is that because the City players are just better than theirs were? So we're not having the success we had in those midfield skirmishes that we had.
It's an element of fear, isn't it?
In the last 3 games.
Absolutely.
I do. Terrified of them.
Say again, sorry?
I think we're terrified of them. We're sitting 5 at the back at times, then 4 in midfield. After we scored the goal, it was almost, okay, now we'll just sit in and try and hold on till half-time. You can't do that. And the fact that City had the ball for about 2-3 minutes beforehand, just knocking it around, and there wasn't a single bit of pressing, tells you that Newcastle are just waiting for City to get into the box and then hoping to win a 50-50. And it's really not good enough for that calibre of opposition. Overall, we haven't been bad, but it's just those individual moments where we are just sitting back and allowing City not to do whatever they want, but we might as well be at certain moments of the game.
Yeah, you're right. I think. Listen, we are still within touching distance, and if you're honest, you could quite easily say we could be in a Karabakh situation here if the chances that they had in front of goal had have gone the other side of the post. I mean, we have looked very vulnerable every time City have broke, in the half space. They've got a shot virtually every time, haven't they? That's something that's got to be addressed in the second half if Newcastle are going to get anything from this. But, it's a funny old game. You have to ride your luck, and maybe that was the tactic. Keep them quiet in the first half and have a go at them in the second half. Who knows? Like I said,
I think we've got to see more of Semenyo. Got to see more of Semenyo picking up Ait Nouri, because he's just ending up in acres of space there in front of Trips, and Trips has got his hands full anyway. With O'Reilly
if you look throughout the squad, and again, there's an element that Michael just said there. I wouldn't say scared. I think it's probably too much respect at times. These are players that if you give them opportunities and time on the ball, they're excellent. all the way through the spine of this team that we're up against. They are excellent, all of them. And what's on the bench to come on. If you allow these guys time and space, as we've seen time after time after time, they will break the line because they've got the players with vision. They've got the players with movement. So it's easy for teams like that to play the call. For me, if you look at our back line, Popey hasn't looked amazing to me. Hasn't looked assured of
No,
him.
no,
He's
I
not
think
really
Pope should have done
commanded
better. They're just showing the
enough.
first goal again. I think Pope should have done better for that first goal.
Yeah,
Hand
potentially.
on it,
I mean,
doesn't he?
Trippier's looked lost. Yeah, I mean, he was out of position for the first goal for me. Should never have gone on that angle to close down. There was already Chow and Byrne that he was facing against. He allowed acres of room for O'Reilly to work in that space afterwards. And again, it's Malik Chow trying to cover that pace and the space that was given to him with Kieran Trippier. I'll be honest with you, I thought Malik Chow and Dan Byrne have done okay. Nothing too problematic for me. Lewis Hall, again, not a problem. You've got to give him a point as well for the way he took his shot at goal. Really good. But for me, the midfield has been probably our weakest area on the field. Ramsey's looked a little bit non-existent. Again, what position is he playing? Are we playing this 4-1-4-1? Because at times he's been the one far left. Willock's been playing literally as a 8/10. We're not close enough in that midfield when we're dropping in together. There's far too many openings for Manchester City to exploit. Sandro Tonali has looked good at times, but again, he's been isolated a lot of times as well. It allows Manchester City far too much time for me to dictate tempo in the middle of the park. J7, some handy bits and pieces, but nothing to shake a stick at, I couldn't say. Nick Woltemade the same. Again, we're talking about a player sometimes against lesser opposition looks excellent. Did against Qarabag. Today, doesn't look the same player. And again, he looks a bit static to me, a bit stationary, not really getting himself involved in the game. That's not his problem. That isn't the problem that he's playing. Again, the position is playing the player rather than the player playing the position. Anthony Gordon, I thought he's done okay again up top. He's caused a little bit of trouble, and he's kept his shots pretty much on target. So there is positives, but that midfield needs to be looked at, boys, for me.
Yeah, 100%. I think Willock, has had the ball to his feet. Obviously, I haven't got the stats in front of me, but he's had the ball to his feet less than any central midfielder I can remember in a very long time. And to be honest, I don't remember O'Reilly having that many touches of the ball, but 2 of them goes in the back of the net, so everyone will say he's man of the match. Yeah. When it's one of those where you can, every touch you have is effective, nobody minds. But Willock, I don't think he's had a bad game whatsoever. But at the end of the day, if you're going to play centre midfield against Manchester City, not just Willock, but Ramsey as well, you've got to have a lot more impact on the game, and you've got to, as you say, make a tackle. Because it feels like maybe Hall is the only player I can remember making a solid tackle to try and get the ball. And to be fair, it wasn't after he tried to beat 4 men, which is usually the issue. But Semenyo, I think, has actually been in making tackles and getting sort of into players more than anyone else on the field, which is
absolutely
mental, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally accept that. I think, like I say, when you look at the work rate of the Manchester City players, when Newcastle get the ball, they want it more. They want the ball back more, and they're really getting into Newcastle. And in numbers, they're isolating players with the ball. And I think that could be a number of things for me. It's either, you take a touch too much and it allows time for the opposition to close that down. You're not confident with the ball. So again, that hesitation allows Manchester City to close the half space. So, are we good enough? Well, we're not, the same level, player for player, as Manchester City. We know, but there's individuals that can turn this game. And like I say, you saw Lewis Hall get that little deflection. It flies into the back of the net. You've just got to do more of it. You've got to ask questions in certain areas of the field. And for me, we're just not doing that. Anthony Gordon gets a great break down the right-hand side, looks up. There's not a single dark blue shirt in the box for him to aim at. So, you do then start questioning, well, what's the point in me breaking, the sound barrier to get into the corner to try and get a ball into the box when there's nobody to aim at? We've just got to be a little bit more hungry for that final ball for me. And it's like I say, hunger comes in multiple avenues. Hunger for the ball when we haven't got it. Hunger for the ball in the last final third when we've got an opportunity to score.
They're running more than we are doing as well. Just looking at the distance.
Yeah. Boys, I'm just going to go and wet me whistle, if that's okay.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a second.
56 to 58 kilometres, of which we've done 34 of those kilometres walking, 55 jogging, 9.79 sprinting to their 56 jogging and 10 sprinting. So that outperforming us in every department except walking.
That sounds about right, doesn't it?
And that's a bit what it looks like.
Well, that's the thing as well. Sort of, you look at some teams when they're in possession, and even if they're sort of playing around trying to find a bit of space, most teams are just sort of walking, trying to pass and play. City, it's everyone's at the very minimum in a little bit of a jog, trying to keep it moving as quick as they can, but still having that control. I am very surprised that the percentage that have been sprinting is higher than us, and it's very rare, I think, that anyone actually outworks Newcastle.
That's exactly the point I'm making. That those stats for the previous games have been overwhelmingly in our favour, and we're lagging behind everything except walking today.
The thing is, for me, it doesn't really feel like it. I know when we've sat back a little bit, it has been a bit static, but it doesn't feel like the work rate has been anything that's particularly bad, which for me just kind of says City are doing really well. I think at the end of the game, if we continued the way we were the first half, do you say it was 56 kilometres we'd covered?
Yeah.
That'd be, 112? And at the end of the game, I'm fairly sure that's actually a really good amount. So the fact that City are covering more than us and actually doing that is a massive surprise, and that's something we would have prepared for. Yeah.
But we live in hope.
Yeah, absolutely. What about
the one thing we know is we can improve.
Yeah, absolutely. I think
because they haven't done a lot wrong, to be fair.
They haven't now. And Mark Gay, I will say, in centre back looks assured as it comes. The amount of times that he gets the ball to his feet, just takes a step to the right, beats his man, and just moves forward. And every time I watch him play for City, I'm starting to think, and I know it's only been a couple of games, so you can't say too much on a couple of games, but I'm starting to think we weren't actually mad for wanting to spend 70 million on him, because he looks
except we wouldn't.
Oh yeah, well
we would have got him for 70 million.
Was it not? We said we'd pay 70, and then they changed it to 75.
No, we said 60, and they said 65, and we said we weren't going to 65. With him just having a year left on his contract, kind of thing.
Which makes sense, to be honest.
We would have been held over a barrel, but that's kind of where we are now. We've seen that in many, many transfers. We end up having to pay over the top.
Yeah, 100%. I think the only ones you can really, you look at Malik Chow, for example.
Yeah.
Como, we're going to have him for 20 million. And then Newcastle come to town. I know they changed their manager, and he really liked them, Malik Chow, but it ended up being 35 in the end. And whether it's Newcastle just taking too long,
well, that's undoubtedly what it was, because we didn't have a structure, a transfer structure in place, did we?
Yeah, exactly. But I think for a game like this, Margate, we haven't been close enough to him. We haven't been physical with him. Usually when he does struggle, it's when he's got someone physical alongside him. And, that physical game's where he's a bit weakest. When you've got pacey players running at him, he ain't the quickest, but he's a very, very good defender. And that tends to be where he comes under structure. But the positive is Diaz is on that yellow card. If you can get Anthony Gordon in behind Núñez, running at Diaz, all the chance you can get City down to 10, and all of a sudden it looks a bit more like a 50-50 game.
And the negative is Dan Burns on the yellow as well.
Yeah, and I think they've got a lot more options on the bench for centre-back than we do. Who would it be? Murphy that would come on for him, I guess? Alex Murphy, if we're 3-1 down, maybe.
Probably. There's no one else, is there?
No, we're absolutely strapped. But it's to be honest, it hasn't been a bad half at all, really. I know I've been seeing a lot of negatives in the chat, but I can't remember. I think the Rafa Benitez game where we were 1-1 at halftime with the Yedlin goal was the last time we weren't behind at halftime at the end. And I'm not saying that makes it a good thing that we're losing, but it's we kind of expected it, if we're being realistic.
Well, I'm back on the pitch, ready to go.
Indeed, here we go. Manchester City taking the second half, I should say, and Donnarumma again just gets the long punt down the field of play, and again it's Newcastle now with Lewis Hall, who just gets the ball forward again, trying to turn Nunes, Anthony Gordon under pressure, but again he gets the ball down towards Haaland, and Dan Burn, who gets a good header, falls into Lewis Hall. Tonali picks the ball up again, surrounded by light blue shirts. Willock now with the first touch out to the right-hand side with Trippier. Elanga on the right-hand side again, back to Trippier. Trippier again goes square now, and it's Tonali who just picks that ball up. Trippier again plays the ball back towards Malik Chow. Again, Newcastle playing the pendulum football through the middle to Woltemade again. It's not strong enough. And the ball straight back into a light blue shirt now with Haaland through the middle. Mamouche in front of him. Dan Burn does well, but he keeps hold of the ball, Haaland. And again, Semenyo can't get hold of that one, Haaland. It's too long. But again, it's so easy for them to cut straight through us, isn't it? I mean, it looked like Woltemade did get a little bit of a block on that ball. But Manchester City come straight through the back of him with hunger and win that ball back. Chow now back in defence, and Trippier through the lines, gives it to Elanga, square now to Woltemade in the centre circle.
Wide.
There's a ball out to that left-hand side now with Ramsey. Ramsey driving towards the penalty area. Hall again with a shot. A handball! Referee!
Away!
That's handball! Referee! Ball as then from Dan Burn into Woltemade. Again, now Ramsey on the edge of the box, gives it out to Hall. Woltemade again looks up and again just looking to see where he can go. Back to the centre circle to Chow. Chow picks the ball up and comes square out to Trippier. Trippier again looking for that diagonal ball out towards Lewis Hall. It's a good ball out there. Lewis Hall, great first touch. Ramsey got a chance to get it in the box. Let's get some of this bodies to aim at, lads. Tonali picks the ball back up. Again, Hall drops that shoulder, comes inside, plays the ball in towards Anthony Gordon. And again, Anthony Gordon tries to go back outside to Tonali, and it's hoofed cleared again. Dan Burn down the line, but again, it's a poor pass from Dan.
Wow.
And now we've got Silva, who's again breaking those lines, working in that half space, coming into the Newcastle half, and Willock just gets a tug on the shirt, and he's going to get booked for that. It's silly, but it's a bookable offence, guys.
That's a little mental.
I didn't even see the pull.
Is that it's got to be, he's got to have made fouls before that, surely.
Well, I mean, like I say, they do say when you impede with a pull on the arm to stop the opposition's attack.
I'm saying I didn't even see the pull on the arm. I'd like to see it again.
Anyway, it's. I mean, there's more yellow cards. That's a sloppy ball from Semenyo, but again, didn't really profit from that with Elanga. Ball goes to Marmouche now, and then forward down towards Semenyo, and Dan Burn just gives it some John Smiths and hoofs it into the crowd. Yeah,
that pull in that position is no worse than a push on the edge of the edge of the box for Dan Burn being offside in reality. So I mean, I understand when a player's pulled back, you in a good position, you do give it, but he was on the halfway line, and we had
right.
6 players in front of the ball.
Yeah, but the biggest problem with the push on the edge of the box, like for Newcastle and Dan Burn, the ball's dead. So the ball's not in play, so you can get done for ungentlemanly conduct.
Oh,
That's a foul, and that's it. That should be a yellow. Now watch this.
Got to be. It's got to be
should
a yellow.
But you watch this, won't be nothing. There you go.
He's just looks like he's just giving.
And he was nowhere near the ball there. He was nowhere near the ball there. He just took Ramsey out. Oh, I might have did him an injustice there. To be fair,
he got a slight touch.
He got a slight touch of the ball.
Was deflected off the.
Oh, he is getting yellow carded. I think.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Well, someone is.
Well,
yeah. Well done. He deserved that because he weren't in control of that tackle there. We've started the second half a little bit better, boys, but we still need to be a little bit more on that ball, don't we? You know, we've given the ball away very cheaply again when there was no need to.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I think what Ramsey was doing there, getting past his man and actually driving, I don't mind that at all. I really like it. But we've got to do more like that. We've got to be a little bit more direct because when City have time, they're brilliant.
Yeah, a ball, again, diagonal, looking for Dan Burn. He just gets a nudge there from Silva. And again,
and it's a free kick.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you look at the difference in size here. It's like I say, you would expect Dan Burn, but Dan Burn's off the floor. And I mean, Silva just doesn't even look at the ball. I mean, that's a yellow card on its own.
That's under his punctured lung and all. How weird.
Look at that. Doesn't even have eyes on the ball there at all.
That was a carbon copy of the Sunderland.
Yeah, if Bernardo wasn't already on a yellow, I think he would have had one after that.
Well, yeah, he should have been off, mate.
That
he
should have
been
been
off.
a red.
Yeah, it should have been off. I mean, that is disgusting, I must admit. When a player's not got any intention of playing the ball, that to me is a yellow card without even looking at anything else. Whether you've just got a yellow card or not, that should have been gone.
Probably is as much of a yellow card as the Willock one, to be fair. So, yeah.
Yeah. See what we can do now. See if there's any pushing into the offside zones from the Manchester City, or are they?
Somebody going to have it.
Remember the days where they used to just run out from the edge of the box to catch you all offside before the tick. Don't see that very often anymore, do we? Lewis Hall this time with a chance. Oh! Lewis Hall just trying to bend the ball in direct from the free kick. Just goes past Donnarumma's right hand post into the side netting. Good attempt.
Not a bad effort at all. It is always going wide from when he hits it, but it's a decent attempt. It's a direct shot from a free kick, which we don't see often. And Louis Hall looking like a threat once again.
I would rather have seen the shot bending the other way from Tonali.
Agreed, yeah.
Away from the keeper. Yeah, but sometimes, you're not expecting that. I think everybody was expecting Tonali just to whip one in and do a similar thing. Oh, that's a poor ball again from Chow, and it gives Nunez a ball over the top for Marmoush. He's got to be offside, Marmoush. Marmoush into the box this time. He plays the ball out to the D.
Good tackle.
Semenyo gets a tackle from Woltemade. Plays the ball back out to Marmoush, though, on the angle. And the ball goes over the bar this time. But again, it looked miles offside to me. That did.
Yeah, we're not going to see it again by the looks of it. It's just going to replay the Woltemade tackle and the shot. But I do agree, he looked offside. It must have been somewhat tight for the linesman not to give it. But the fact the camera's on him tells you the commentary are not happy.
No, I mean, I must admit, I'm having a look at this again, to be fair, to have a look at where his starting lineup was. It was Malik Chow, if I'm honest with you. He plays the ball in between Malik Chow and Trippier, and it looked like Malik Chow was the one sitting a little deeper. So he could have been onside, actually. Ball now with Trippier, anyway. It does certainly looks like it's the target for Manchester City to exploit that space in between Trippier and Chow. And it's certainly coming off at the minute. Ball again headed forward by Trippier this time. Watney Gordon plays it in behind them. It's towards Woltemade, who's having his shirt pulled. He does well. Ramsey now plays the ball out to Hall. Hall gets the ball into the box, but it's too long for everybody. Can Elanga keep this ball in play? No, he can't. It's gone right across the box. A little bit too much meat on the grill.
Too much spaghetti sauce.
Silva now playing the ball up to Semenyo, who does really well to turn Hall. Ramsey trying to track back, and again, he's just running past a lot of players here. Semenyo has a chance to shot, but he's mile over.
Yeah, a lot of space.
Oh.
That's what happens when you try and come at City a little bit. I mean, it's 2v2 to be, 3v3.
It's 3v3, isn't it? I mean, he's power, though, when he runs with the ball. I mean, he literally just bounces Ramsey off him, doesn't he? And like I say, he's turning Lewis all over the place. And like you said, it's 3v3 in the end when he takes the shot, which is probably the wrong choice, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Got off a little bit lucky there with the choice of shot, but we know Semenyo can bend those in with ease at times. So as long as we don't let him do that again.
Yeah, but again, you've got to question that midfield, haven't you? The ball played over the top from Silva into that space and not a single midfielder anywhere near it, to be fair. So who's marking the runners? Because that's what we were saying. Who's going to run? When the player runs past you,
it's
who's going to follow
Anthony
you?
Gordon pressing there if everybody else isn't pressing behind him.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
Oh my God! This linesman on this right hand side seems to be very much a light blue shirt man.
City players asking the question there as well. Dan Burn already on a yellow. It's a little pull, but it's no.
I mean, for the lad his size, you certainly don't expect him to go down that easy, do you?
Yeah, he's gone down like Vernon and Anita. It's a bit embarrassing.
And all of the Manchester City team, again, completely around the referee to try and ask the question. And yet, this is what I said. Newcastle have to start being the same, I mean, you saw what happened with Silva on Dan Burn. So why can't they be the same? Cherky seems to be the one looking to be coming onto the field of play.
Yeah,
so
not the kind of player you want to see coming on the pitch, is he? No. An incredible talent.
Yeah, exactly. Ball out from Pope to Trippier, up the line to Elanga. Elanga on the half turn, but again, far too many blue shirts of a light colour around him. And it's all the way back now from
it's
Nunes just getting forward.
Pointless him doing that if there's not the backup behind him.
That's a great ball down the line there to Semenyo.
Yeah, all right, Win Gordon's 15 yards ahead of any other player. He's no help in the press there whatsoever.
Is that Kusanov that's come on for Manchester City?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like Diaz. I think it's Kusanov, isn't it?
Yeah, it's taking Diaz off.
Yeah, I say, I'm just looking at there thinking, who's that player on for Manchester City? He certainly doesn't look like Diaz. It's Kusanov who's come on to replace Diaz in that right centre-back situation. Rodri there gets a bit of a tag on Willock, who was just waiting for that Rodri, to be fair. And that's it. It seems as though Manchester City have seen enough and it's going to make a change. I wonder who's coming off.
Newcastle changes as well.
Harvey Barnes.
7-4-10 for Man City.
Marmouche. That could work in our favour.
Yeah, he seems to love playing against us. It's a game where he hasn't got a goal, so it's all right. That's fine. It's a shame Cherky has to come on, but
yeah, it is. It is. Can somebody tie his bootlaces together? That would be great. That probably gives us an even keel. Yeah, there you go. The lads, Graham Jones there, just having a word with a gaffer. Again, it's Newcastle who are sitting literally on the edge of the box. There's a chance for the ball into the box here. Haaland goes up. The ball's come back to Silva on the edge of the box. It's Ain't Nuri now and Cherky who gets his first touch of the ball. Going now from Rodri. Back to Rodri.
What's your Nuri man, Semenyo?
Ball on the square. Nunes picking the ball up and then just Silva, picking the ball up, giving it to Gaia. And again, there's nobody from in a dark blue shirt.
There's space on the left-hand side here for Nuri. And Semenyo has stood there doing nothing.
Well, I think it looks like he's eyed more on Rodri. So I don't know whether he's been tasked to try and get closer to Anthony Gordon. But again, you're leaving so many spaces behind. There's a chance here for Willock, though. And again, he plays, for me, the wrong ball. Ramsey does pick that ball up, plays it up towards Anthony Gordon. But again, crowded out with so many blue shirts of the Manchester City colour. And it's easy for them to take the ball back The ball again given away back to Newcastle though, but Woltemade
What is he
looks
doing?
lost in that middle. Hall now does get that ball back though. He's running down the line, and Rodri's out there to try and win that ball back. And straight away, he's calling the Manchester City players to get closer and make a challenge.
Yeah, it's the elite players though, isn't it? Not happy with what they're seeing,
Here we
even if
go.
they're 2-1 up.
Barnes and J7 coming on.
Woltemade's off.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Look knackered the last 5 minutes.
He looked lost, mate, for the last 5 minutes. I don't know about anything else. Bless him.
Trying to be nice.
Yeah. But I mean, listen, like I said, I can't blame him at all. We are, you're asking a player to play a position that he's not used to, and against bigger teams, you look out of sorts. And he's looked out of
super sub.
Yeah, here we go. The maestro.
Barnes on for Joe Willock, who obviously picked up that yellow card about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, I say Joe Willock's off. Harvey Barnes again has come onto the field of play out on that left-hand side now and give some more support and hopefully a little bit more direction with Lewis Hall, because we've certainly been doing well down that left-hand side. We just don't seem to have that final idea when it comes to the final third.
Yeah, we've been really, really poor in the final third against elite teams. But when you play the likes of Tottenham, Karabag and stuff, there's a few more mistakes in there, and Newcastle are really good at capitalising on those. City, you don't get that many, but we have started to see some in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Trippier and Elanga down this right-hand side look a little bit dodgy to me. J7 with the outside of his foot. The Brazilian, he's on the field of play.
Oh, is that Bruno? Outside the foot pass, perfect, and then it's played out of play for a City goal kick. Here we go. But good bit of play there from Newcastle. Joe Linton's first touch on the ball, gets it in midfield, 2 players around him, crowding them out. He successfully turns back, which Woltemade failed doing just a minute ago, plays it out wide. But it's Lewis Hall and Harvey Barnes who aren't on the right wavelength, and the ball just went out for a City goal kick, which they're just about to take.
Yeah, exactly. Again, Harvey Barnes was in an offside position. He didn't want to get involved in play there. Oh, Harvey. It's going to be a yellow card easy, lad. Don't do it. You've got beaten. There's no need to pull him down there. That's shocking.
He's claiming he's took one to the eye, though, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just a flailing arm because he was holding onto his shirt. It was like ski-boarding.
Yeah, very easy for the City Matheus Nunes to get around him there. Needs to do a little bit better defensively.
Absolutely. It's a sloppy ball again from Manchester City. Can J7 get on the end of it? No, he
Still
can't.
You see blue balls coming away with a
Look at that. Semenyo just walks straight through players.
And again.
Barnes. Dan Byrne plays it up to J7, who calmly gives it back to Pope, who comes out to Trippier.
First time now. Come on.
Up to Ramsey. Ramsey with a chance here to get in. Elanga on this right-hand side. Elanga now gets a touch on it into the box. It's a bit tight angle. He runs towards the byline, but again, he's too light. And it's Ait-Nouri who sees him out, and it's a goal kick. And everybody's saying, well done. Yeah, very good defending that was.
I think he's offside. Oh, he's not.
No, I mean, he could have played that ball square, but again, there's nobody gambling on that back stick. And then once he gets it out of his feet, Elanga, he's lost. He's gone. He was never going to get that ball. It wasn't a great ball. Not enough angle on that ball.
He tries to beat his man and then he looks up to try and get a ball in, but you can just see there's Anthony Gordon there, but there's 3 players around him. So he's never going to play that pass.
No, never. Ball out from Donnarumma again. Fees Haaland free. Tonali's back to support. Trippier now just gets back in place, but now he goes inside. Silva, he's got Semenyo on the outside. Semenyo! Oh, didn't get it in the corner.
Straight at Nick Pope.
Yeah. Luckily, Pope, he went down early, to be fair, I thought. But luckily for us, it went straight down his throat anyway. I thought if he gives him the eye and plays it to the other side, Pope was on the way down on that right-hand side. Ball again. It's a dodgy ball into the middle for Anthony Gordon to deal with. And it's a ball straight back to Manchester City. We're just not doing some, football at the minute. It's just really poor. Donnarumma again looking for that long ball out towards Haaland. It's headed up. Again, J7 couldn't control it, and it's back with the Manchester City team and Semenyo playing out with Nouri now. Gets his first touch. Draws Trippier out to him, and Trippier's going to get in the book now, I would imagine. Nouri, I think, had a little bit of a dive as well, but I mean, Trippier did.
Yeah, but where was Elanga?
Yeah, I mean, he's there, but he's nowhere, if I'm honest with you. You can see his number there, look.
Trips yellow carded there, and that's something you don't want up against a Cherky or a Semenyo, whoever ends up on that side at any given time. It's going to be...
I mean, to be fair, I can see Elanga now getting subbed for Jacob Murphy, if I'm honest with you.
Should be, yeah, at this point. He's had a poor game, yellow card.
A poor game.
Probably should have happened with the double subs because he hasn't been good at all.
No, absolutely. Again, just Cherky runs over the ball. Silva now with the ball in towards Haaland, who, unfortunately for Newcastle, he kicks it out of play for a goal kick.
Did you see Elanga had a yellow card?
Not Elanga, sorry. Yeah,
Trippier.
Kieran Trippier, yeah. He contributed to someone getting a yellow card, sorry. I'm wrong. Chatting nonsense, as usual.
Not at all. I couldn't remember what it was.
No, you're exactly right.
But it would have been a great excuse. Not that you need an excuse.
A ball again long from Pope, looking up towards Ramsey, but it's headed straight back, and now Malik Chow, see if he can get it back all the way, which he does, to Popey. Throws out to Trippier, who goes back to Chow.
No.
Under a bit of challenge and pressure from O'Reilly, who's been a bit quiet this second half, to be fair. Ball played into Barnes. Oh, God blimey. I think that was Hall and J7 getting in each other's way and then fighting and just pulling back on Semenyo from J7 gives Manchester City a free kick. It's gone sloppy, if I'm honest with you, in the second half. Very bitty.
Yeah, although, to be honest, that might suit us towards the end of the game because City don't want a game to play out like this. And if they get a third pretty soon, then, it's game over. But as long as it stays 2-1 and a little bit scrappy, as you say, we'll fancy ourselves and City will be not worried, but mildly concerned about Newcastle getting an equaliser.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, like you say, Elanga there just running at Donnarumma to try and put him under a bit of pressure, but there's far too much quality. Oh, Lewis Hall gets a little bit of a tag there on Cherky, and again, nothing at all.
Nah, if that's it feels like now if that's the other way around, it's a yellow, doesn't it?
Exactly. I mean, I must admit, Núñez kicks the ball away and gets nothing, right? There's Cherky who's just done virtually what Trippier has done on Hall. He'd beat him on the turn, doesn't get nothing. So you do start looking and start questioning where you are regarding these teams. Dan Burn and Haaland still having a pull and push in the middle here. Ball fired up towards the edge of the box. It's headed up in the air. One of you have something. Barnes puts it up there. It's punch clear. Ramsey kicks it back towards the 6-yard box. But again, it's a nobody in particular. Headed clear, but that's going to come through to Barnes now. Barnes gets it under control on that left-hand side. Hall again looking to go down the line, but decides to come back to Barnes. Barnes dinks it in towards the penalty spots. Haaland heads it clear this time. The referee has seen something, and he's given the free kick to Man City, would you believe?
Yeah, the wind's blown the wrong way, and he's given a free kick. I mean, Burns offside if it's him that... Yeah, he is offside, to be fair, and he challenges for the ball, so fair enough.
He just goes straight to the back of Haaland as well. Again, he's got to be careful, Dan Burn.
Doesn't look a happy man, Haaland, does he? But they're celebrating with him, did his defensive duties.
Yeah. Donnarumma now. Again, it's time to get the ball out of his feet and play it long, but again, that's to nobody in particular. And Haaland gives up on that one. Trippier's got time to turn. Plays it up the line towards Tonali. Back to Chow now. Oh, Burn. First touch wasn't brilliant, but he does get time to put it under. Hall down the line to Barnes. And again, he's coming back into into a lot of bodies. And again, Manchester City now got 4 or 5 players forward into the box now, Manchester City. It falls to O'Reilly. Again, he luckily gets blocked. Ball into the box now, headed clear by Hall. And can Anthony Gordon get it under control? He can. And now it's Gahey gets fouled by J7, who goes quickly. Anthony Gordon, Elanga now up top, playing 3, but Elanga waits too long. Gives it to Tonali, gives it back to Elanga. Elanga has a shot. It comes back to Elanga, but again, he can't find anybody. And the ball now is in the corner of Manchester City. And it's again deflected in the path of a blue shirt. Very lucky there. And again, the ball out. Oh, come on, referee. That's another yellow card. If you're going to do one, you've got to do them all, lad.
I don't think any of them should have been, but you've got to at least be consistent.
Absolutely. Now, what's the difference with that one and any other one?
But it was a good break for Newcastle. Free kick taken quickly, straight through 3 City players into Elanga. It's a really tough ball to play through to Gordon in between 2, so you can see why he doesn't play it. Sandro hits to him. And then Elanga can't get his shot away. But free kick for Newcastle.
On the halfway line, on this right-hand side, again, shaped for Trippier. Drills it in towards the edge of the box, up towards Dan Burn. But again, it's headed clear by the blue shirts of Man City. Hall, again, faced by Semenyo and decides to go all the way back to Pope, who's well out of his goal. Trippier now, just inside his own half. Plays it square to Tonali, who, again, is told the 2 centre-backs to stay upfield, which is strange. Malik Chow and Dan Burn have stayed forward. J7 there. Hall down the line now to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes comes inside, plays it inside to J7. But again, J7 unsure of which way he wants to go. Ramsey on the inside right position gives it to Trippier. Trippier leaves it for Elanga. Elanga sees Ramsey. Ramsey now with a chance to get it in the box. But again,
lucky.
Nunes now picking the ball up and running through multiple players. Good cover there from J7.
Now straight down the wing now.
Ball out now to Harvey Barnes. And again, Harvey Barnes waits for it, but Kusanov's on him straight away. And it's a tackle that goes out for a throw-in. Newcastle take it quick. It's back with Pope. And again, it's a different tempo to the game now, lads. It seems as if there's rushed a little bit more now, Newcastle.
Yeah, in it with 20 minutes to go. Not many times we can say that at the Etihad. So I think Eddie Howe will be looking at this and going, right, now we're going to up the tempo. Now we're going to try and get that equaliser. Just so, because let's be honest, whenever we seem to score, City seem to score straight after. So don't give them the chance to.
Throw into Newcastle. Again, just inside the Newcastle half. Hall to Tonali. Tonali again gives it to Hall, who tries to feed it through 3 players. But again, it's easy for Manchester City now to drive forward to the Newcastle box. And it's Haaland who shoots from outside the box. The deflection comes back to Tonali. Now it's Trippier, who's got a bit of grass to run into. Elanga now picks the ball up on this right-hand side. Again, not many dark blue shirts in front of him. Trippier, back to Elanga. Again, there doesn't seem to be a lot to aim for when it comes to dark blue shirts.
There was also the 3 City players. It's a horrible ball to have to play.
A ball in to Harvey Barnes. He's got half a chance there, but it comes back out to Tonali. Tonali again, out to Trippier. Trippier outside to Elanga, who gets it out of his feet. It's deflected there by Aït-Nouri. It's a corner to Newcastle.
Is it? Not a throw.
We'll soon see. It's focusing on Elanga's face for some reason.
Yeah.
Jacob Murphy coming on, so that'll be the reason why. But it is a corner for Newcastle. Louis Hall's come over to take it. Elanga's in discussion with him. I'm assuming he's saying, I'm coming off in a sec, so let me have it. And then he is.
No. There's no way. I'm going to say, there is no way you're going to play an out-swinger here. Dan Burns having a screaming session here to Elanga. Yeah,
Dan Burns screaming, I don't care.
I don't care. Elanga plays the ball in. And again, terrible. It was a poor ball. Back out to Elanga from Trippier, though. Didn't really beat the first man.
Nope.
Plays it into Ramsey. Trippier now got an opportunity to play the ball into the box.
Get it
and again, with delay. getting the ball into the box. It's a great angle to try and drift that
Look at
ball
that.
in between defenders and Donnarumma there. Ball comes back to Tonali on the halfway line, back out to Trippier. Trippier's got the opportunity to throw in Elanga. Ball over the top. Anthony Gordon there, and it's Haaland who's all the way back defending.
Eventually.
And it's a corner eventually again. Again, there's lots of players offside to start with.
Yeah, I've noticed that a few times. As soon as the ball was coming out for that on the edge of the box, sort of where we're asking to cross it, there's at least one player always standing offside. I'm not sure how that's allowed to happen.
Yeah, now it's Louis Saul. I wonder whether the leadership group has been told by the leaders on the edge of the field to say it's Hall's ball. That ball was crap.
Stop him kicking a ball when it comes off.
Yeah, he can kick
It's
a ball
sad 'cause
in
I
the
like
tunnel.
Elanga, but
Yeah.
he hasn't had a
Ball
good
now.
game at all.
Oh, Hall goes short this time. Trippier, different ball this time into the back stick. It's headed up, deflected, and it's easy for Donnarumma from that Malik Chow header off the back of Silva's head. Loops up into the arms of Donnarumma there.
Yeah, I don't mind the short corner as soon if it leads to an immediate cross. But the amount of times, you play a short ball and it just ends up hitting the first man or something, absolutely ridiculous.
it's a
But
good job.
Haaland's on the break here now.
Yeah, Haaland is running at 4 players. And again, J7 tries to sweep the legs from underneath him, misses luckily. And again, there is a lot of players are anxious. Well, fans that are anxious at the minute, to be fair, because Manchester City, as daft as it looks, aren't playing great at the minute. They are giving the ball straight back to a dark blue shirt.
I don't think any of these City fans will have gone to a game at home to Newcastle where they've been in this position. It's been a while as they've not had a 2-goal lead. Or City fans turn up the games at all, considering
I was going to
the amount
say
of empty seats.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? Ball now inside to J7, and a J7 again with Kusanov all over him, to be fair. And again, Semenyo kicks the ball away, and the referee just doesn't look at anything.
Ignores it.
You know, how many times have Manchester City kicked the ball away? And they're asking the questions.
Yeah, Lewis Hall saying there every time this is happening, and it's going in the favour of Manchester City every time. And don't get me wrong, it's nothing that would have really changed the game. Like maybe this next double substitution could do. Jacob Murphy and Murphy.
Asula. Ah, here we go.
Bit of chaos.
Asula.
We could pray.
Fall over the top again, looking for big Dan Burn. It's fallen to J7, who punts one with a toe. And again, it's wide of the target, though, unfortunately, for Newcastle. And that's it. It looks like Murphy on for Elanga. And who's coming on? Do you reckon it's Anthony Gordon coming off?
Could be.
Yeah, I think it will be. Hasn't really done too much second half.
No,
he's tried to press, I will say, yeah. It is
well,
Gordon coming off.
Gordon is off for Elanga. That'll be an interesting swap.
Let's see what Asula can do.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what happens. I'd rather him on the right-hand side and Murphy go up top, if I'm honest.
That might be what happens.
Oh, my God. Honestly. Anyway, it's Donnarumma who goes long again. Dan Burn goes up for it, but it goes straight over him. Tonali picks this ball up, deepest player, out to Trippier. Again, Trippier looking to go over the top. And Murphy now, ain't Nori, just sees him out for a throw-in deep in this corner of Manchester City. Again, he's doing some walking there, ain't Nuri, to try and gain a few yards.
Oh, the linesman pushes him a bit further.
Yeah, go on, lads. Have a couple more. Have a
there
couple
you
more.
Go on.
He actually is. He is, isn't he? Just patting him on the back here. You've got another 2. There you go. There's 2.
I'll say nothing.
That's it.
Another 6 steps. Go on, son.
Yeah, again, Haaland just pushes Trippier over there and nothing's said. Ball all the way back to Pope. Haaland push. Oh, God, no. Oof. That was a school of Pope. That's a great ball over the top in a hurry, that one, to be fair. But Harvey Barnes is offside.
Of course he is.
He was born offside.
No reason for him to be offside.
None at all.
But well done for Malik Chow for saving that situation, because that could have been very, very bad. Nick Pope playing a bit of a hospital pass to him there.
It was a horrible ball, wasn't it? Shaped all the way for the attacker to run onto it, but as I say, Chow just gets his boot through it. And again, it's really funny because I can only hear the Newcastle lads singing. Etihad are all biting the nails if they had some. Oh, it's a great ball round the corner there now. Cherky now running towards the box. Is only Dan Burn to beat. Oh, wow. Oh. He's been to the school of Elanga. I love it. Ain't Nuru.
Yeah, he's fell over his own feet.
Haaland wide open and all.
Yeah, Haaland screaming for it, wide open. He's only got Dan Burn to square it with. Wow, he failed miserably there.
Well, I will say credit to Burn for pressing him and actually forcing him into that decision, because if he just stands there like we see so many defenders do, it's an easy pass over the side and Haaland taps it in. So credit to Burn there.
Oh, well done, Asula.
Well done, Asula.
Yeah, again on the press of Donnarumma there, and he kicks it straight out of play. It's a lovely reverse ball, though, around the corner there from Cherky. And again, Nuri's on the pass, and he's got, like I say, Haaland, Hall, bless him, coming back to try and cover that space. But again, Haaland saying, just leave, get it into my feet, lad. Pep Guardiola there, slapping his shoulder, saying, what the hell are you doing there, lad?
Yeah, another situation where City could have scored. Newcastle get a little bit lucky. I think we know how this usually goes when teams are in a title race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wink, wink.
Still 2-1 in the 81st minute here to Manchester City. But again, Newcastle with a chance to get a ball in from this free kick in a dangerous position, this. Again, let's see if Dan Burn gets pushed into offside position. Again, Manchester City stepping up and again nudging the...
It looks like there's 3 off from that already.
There's a chance here for Dan Burn. Oh, it's just past the outstretched foot of Dan Burn. Great ball again in that from Trippier. And again, it's just cleared forward and Hall picks the ball up.
Ahead of Asula.
Again, it's Hall who does really well. Again,
brilliant.
Harvey Barnes, he's stationary, lads. That's shocking football. He's just looking to try and get a ball played into feet. He's not looking to give him an angle to pass to or nothing. He's got to move better than that. Chow plays the ball out to Ramsey. Ramsey now, again, looking for options in front of him. Plays it back on the halfway line to Tonali. Dan Burn, again, looking back to Chow. Chow to Trippier. Again, it's Manchester City who aren't pressing off as much as they were, if I'm honest with you. But again, it's a hopeful ball to nobody in particular. And it's Nunez who picks that ball up. And Ramsey comes back to collect the bouncing ball, gives it back to Hall, who again, for me, has probably been one of Newcastle's stars, if I'm honest with you. Great ball through to Ramsey. Ramsey sees the chance to try and get Murphy in, but Murphy's no Elanga. Bad ball in the end.
Elanga would have got onto that, unfortunately.
Bad ball in the end.
Yeah,
he needed the outside of his foot. Yeah, it needed the outside of his foot, if I'm honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Great idea, poor execution.
Oh. Semenyo lucky there because it's come through to Cherky. But again, Hall's come all the way over to this right-hand side on the diagonal run to press that ball. He's not having any of this. Done excellent. Nunez now picking that ball up.
I was going to say, if City player surely has to go into that left-back spot, noticing that, but
yeah, exactly.
It's there now.
Yeah, it's Tonali who's tracking back, who's covering. Semenyo. Rodri again. It's the first time, really, Manchester City have had a couple of passes into the Newcastle half. Nuri, but again, it's them who are leading, so Newcastle need to have a bit of a press.
Yeah, it just doesn't seem to be the energy there at the minute, does there? I think the lads are knackered, and who can blame them? Obviously going to Azerbaijan midweek, most of these. But City will probably look to do what Barca did to us in the last 5 minutes or so. Just pass it round. And
pass it round, exactly. Kusanov now playing the ball down, and it's good ball from Cherky to Haaland. But again, Haaland tried to be a little bit too more elaborate there, and it's giving the ball back to Newcastle. Dan Burn plays it square to the centre figure, all on his own. Malik Chow to Trippier. Ramsey. Again, it's Tonali, comes to Trippier. It's lots of huffing and puffing from Newcastle, but the end product has been the one for me that's lacked. The final third ball has always been the one that looks as if it's gone away.
Yeah, we haven't
Tonali.
really created any chances ever.
On the left-hand side.
Yeah, loads of space.
Look at the space he's got. Give him it, man.
Trippier now playing the ball through to Tonali, whose first time ball over the top, trying to get a Sula on. But again, it's easy for Manchester City. Oh, that's a bad ball from J7, who's taken out through the back of Semenyo, who stayed down, to be fair. And now it looks like Cherky is going to just wait to see how his mate is.
Yeah, run the clock down.
Yeah. J7 straight through the hamstring of Cherky, Semenyo.
It was a bad tackle.
It was, yeah. It was a Joe Linton special. We've seen that almost every game he's played.
And everybody in a light blue shirt.
All wanting the yellow card.
Yeah, they're all asking the question here, the referee. It's funny that. I wish they were a little bit more honest, if I'm honest with you, when their players do it. Why don't you complain again? Oh, look, Foden's coming on.
Foden. Only Foden.
Yeah, just another superstar. It's fine. Although he hasn't been great the last few years, but seeing the likes of him come off the bench just shows you the difference between the two, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Seems to have fell out of favour with Pep, though, to be fair. Foden. I wonder whether that'll be another one.
I think that's been going on a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was... Since he was away with those personal issues, he doesn't seem to have fitted back into the squad for some reason. Ball with Kusanov back to Donnarumma. Again, Donnarumma gets a ball out of his feet under a pressure from Asula. Goes long up towards O'Reilly, who's been really quiet. And again, it's J7 who commits another foul there on Cherky. And I think this time it's going to be a yellow card.
Maybe not.
Yeah, he's pulling up to his side, isn't he? But we'll see. I mean, he goes down at the slightest touch, doesn't he? It's annoying. And I think the ref knows that he probably doesn't have to give it. But it is, there's contact there, so it's still technically a foul. But they are just going to go down at every touch. And to be fair to them, I don't blame them, because I remember... when Real Madrid took them extra time and the ball was in play for about 4 minutes out extra time, they got schooled then on how to do it, and they've been really good at it ever since.
Yeah, Semenyo coming off. Stockport Iniesta. Like it. Last 3 minutes of the noisy coming up then, guys. And obviously whatever the referee decides. But again, Rodri with acres of space in that half space gives the ball out to Nunes on that right-hand side. But again, there's nobody in front of him now. Semenyo's gone. That could be another chink in the Man City armour. Donnarumma. Goes long again, looking for Haaland, but again, Dan Burn sees that one as a good head on to Murphy. Oh, God's truth. Murphy gets the ball under control, but Asula had run offside, and then he pods the ball through, and Asula he was nowhere near it, to be fair. Murphy again drops the ball back. Chow on the halfway line. Trippier. Have they got anything left in these final couple of minutes, Newcastle? At Etihad, Pope goes on the diagonal. Lung, again, looking to exploit that left-hand side. Nunes hoofs it forward. Hall underneath this one. Asula and Kusanov. And again, oh, here we go. That's a yellow card. He's just been told. And that's J7 in the book.
There and there.
I mean, are you surprised?
He's saying it's my ball.
But look. Yeah, but look. Right. I mean, Rodri's looking at J7 all the way there. Yeah. He's not even looking at the ball. Right. So again, it's a professional way of going down, if you like. He's more or less saying, I'm going to get into your face Yeah, you've got to get past me. And you know, players are going to use their hands. And like I say, he goes down and he draws that card from him. But that's literally come from every single player battering the referee's ear to say, why haven't you given him a yellow card? At the Etihad. It just happens, mate.
Yeah, and to be fair, Joe Linton isn't really the kind of player that isn't going to fall for that kind of stuff. He does seem to do it most games where, you know, players will try and agitate him.
Good
Still
chance
hasn't got
here.
that red.
Go on, no Asula.
Asula with
Go on,
Kusanov.
kid.
He's got the pace, to be fair. Kusanov and Donnarumma's got the experience just to play the ball back to Kusanov. And then it goes right down the line to Haaland. And look at that little touch from Haaland. And now Cherky's got a lot of grass to run into. Man City players left and right. Decides to go right to Foden. It's just a little bit too wide, to be fair, that ball. But again, it's deflected straight back to a blue shirt of Manchester City. Foden again now on that right-hand side.
Cherky tried his magic feet, didn't come off.
Now Núñez back to Foden. Again, he was just pulling the players down into that corner. And again, Newcastle chasing shadows at the minute. Ball square to Silva. Diagonal ball over the top. Looking for Aït-Nouri, and it looks like, well, he looked like he'd stopped for offside there, but it wasn't. He was just waiting. And again, this is Manchester City all over, isn't it? The way they can control the tempo of the game. All of the dark blue shirts of Newcastle look like they have just walked in the door from the trip from Karabag, to be fair.
Have
4
we
minutes.
touched the ball in the last 5 minutes?
Now, Gaye with lots of space, plays the ball into Haaland, gets it out of his feet. He gets a shot on, but it's only at Pope. Haaland gets it. Oh, it's Foden. Oh, great save again from Pope.
Fabulous save.
And again, the header from J7.
Away, man.
Only falls back to Aït-Nouri, who's left himself high up the field of play. Silva gives it into Rodri. Cherky. Silva, again, just looking to keep it ball tight in this corner on the left-hand side. Ball fed up to O'Reilly. Feed back to Rodri. Rodri now on the diagonal towards Núñez, who again struggled to get his feet at the time. Trying to feed in Foden. Oh, Tonali's down.
Yeah,
holding his stomach.
Good. That's not good for us at all.
Good save.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the first one because I was updating something, but it's two good saves there, to be honest.
Right there, fabulous.
He hasn't had too much to do, really, actually, apart from picking the ball out the back of the net. But he two good saves there. Keeps us in it at the death. Tonali's been down for a minute, so you know the whistle's going to blow on 94 on the dot.
Yeah,
but we haven't touched the ball in 6 minutes, so
it's a throw into
not
Manchester City. But again, you know, the way we've changed the forward line, again, it's just disgruntled us a little bit. We've not really looked like achieving anything in that final third. Mind saying that before that, we looked really poor. In that, it's like I say, the 80 minutes, it looked as though they could get something, Newcastle. But this last 10 minutes, 12 minutes now, it's been Man City, to be fair.
Yeah, City are winding the clock down brilliantly, unfortunately. And yeah, you see the elite teams do it, and it's no surprise. But we can't do it. We don't do it anywhere near as good as what the likes of City, Barcelona do.
Yeah, I mean, Howe's record against Man City isn't brilliant. Played 13, won none, draw none, lost 13. 5 goals for, 34 against. So that, I mean, you know, that's not including tonight. So it continues.
I think this is probably one of the closer games in his time, though, because I remember Bournemouth having some torrid games against them.
Absolutely. Ball now with Malik Chow down to this right-hand side with Trippier again, looking to play the ball up to Murphy. Again, it comes back to Trippier. Again, options to get the ball in on that diagonal to Harvey Barnes.
Now, man.
Yeah, again, Chow down the line to Murphy. Murphy comes inside. Now plays a ball that was non-existent, if I'm honest with you, to Asula. And now it's Manchester City breaking. Asula now up against Dan Burn, looking to get inside onto his right foot. But again, it's Malik Chow, who again, he's staying down. He's looking gingerly at his feet there. And there's a free kick to Newcastle. And again, everybody just... or the referees telling Pope to get back 2 yards. Yeah, tell Pope to get up and let Eddie Howe kick the ball forward.
It would be a better kick than Pope's, to be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, they've given it to Trippier
we've got
instead.
shorts. Yeah, we'll give it to Trippier. Let's go long now from Trippier. Aimed up. So Joe Linton is a shot. Oh, just past the post from Harvey Barnes. Was that a save from Donnarumma? Down to his right-hand side. My days, that could have been it. It was it just dropped beauty for him.
Great save.
It's a great save, to be fair. A little fingertip round the corner. Here he comes, the Pope Meister. He may be better with his head than his feet. Who knows? Only time will tell. Here we go. Ball in from Tonali. Up to that near post. Pope goes up for it. It's headed away from Haaland. Back in from Barnes. Murphy now. Can you get it back into the box? No, he can't. And the referee, he's going up there with Trippier on the diagonal. There's players falling everywhere. It's come out to Tonali. Tonali back into the back stick, but there's no dark blue shirts there. And it's half cleared. And now the referee blows the whistle. Here we go. The tension was there. Unfortunately, just couldn't get over that line. But again, it was a great effort from Harvey Barnes towards the end. Manchester City closed the gap on Arsenal. Newcastle stay 10th.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's probably a better result and performance than I think many were expecting, but it's another game at the Etihad where Newcastle haven't picked up any points, and it's just another game gone where I know we haven't moved we haven't really moved any further away from those that played earlier, but Sunderland or Fulham could go above us. We'll finish the weekend no worse than, we'll finish the weekend in 11th. Guaranteed, actually, which isn't great. But Brentford lost 7th, still on 40 points. Let's be honest, if there was a game you're going to lose, it was probably this one.
Yeah, you're right. And I must admit, it's been, I've just seen the Mighty Wins prediction table go up there. Jamie is on top. Queenie's second. Queenie got 2-0 on there. And again, PDK got 2-2, the same as me. I thought my prediction was going to come right at the end with Harvey Barnes' shot. But unfortunately, didn't quite go into that bottom corner. Great save.
Ben and Levi still top.
Well, what's that one that you've just got on in there then? Oh, Ben and Levi. Sorry, I didn't extend it. That's why. I'm still just looking at the photograph that you put on there. Well, there you go. The prediction league's hotting up, if I'm honest with you. It's getting tight at the top. Ben and Levi still there. And if I can, the lads are going to be coming straight back on with the post-match analysis, with the phone in, with you guys. I want to say thank you ever so much to Wazza for some super chats during our tenure. Thank you to Michael and the Mighty Win for being with me through the commentary. And thank you to everybody that's contributed out there in the chat. It's been one of them games. It never looked achievable from the start, but there was parts of it, to be fair, that I thought Newcastle might sneak a draw in the end. Just didn't quite work out after 80 minutes. It
wasn't to be, sadly.
Just looked as though we would have steam at 80 minutes.
We weren't at our best by a long shot, but
indeed,
it is.
But like I say,
what it is.
Indeed, it is, and like I said, we will go marching on. It isn't over yet. We've still got a lot to play for. We won't ever win the Premier League at the minute, but we've still got European competitions. Tuesday. Is it Tuesday we've got Karabakh?
Yep, Tuesday, Karabakh, and then Everton after
Tuesday,
that.
Karabakh, and then it's Everton. We've got a few days rest.
And then a 6-pointer against Everton.
And then Everton, yeah, I'm going to say that's going to be the match, guys. That's the one I'm really looking forward to, if I'm honest with you. So I'll let the lads carry on, and thank you ever so much, like I say, for joining the lads in the pre-match build-up. They did fantastic, as always. And like I say, I'll see you on the next one. Take care. Have a lovely rest. Lasses and Bairns, have a lovely rest of the weekend. Take care for now. Newcastle lose 2-1 at the Etihad.